Thank you for the drivers and their teams who've worked hard to get here. I pray that you'd keep them safe. Thank you for these fans who create a fun environment. Thank you for Atlanta Motor Speedway, who has worked countless hours to ensure a remarkable experience. And thank you for our troops and their families who have made sacrifices beyond what we know. And thank you that you are not only the God who put the sun in its place today, but you are the same God who could put peace in our hearts. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here today to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome longtime anchor of HLN's Morning Express with Robin Meade, Robin Meade.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in there gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, really well done. Nice job, Robin. As always, the command straight ahead. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. And if you like variety, this track provides it. The last 7 races have had 7 different winners. Jimmy Johnson, the winner last year, and the pole sitter has not won this Atlanta race in the last 14 tries. Kurt Busch trying to change that. In fact, the Busch brothers missed the Atlanta race last year. Kurt Busch will be up front, Kyle Busch from the back. Kyle Larson getting ready, somebody who hopes to get his first victory of the season here. Back with Michael Waltrip from his grid walk, handing out awards to the drivers. They were good sports about your Atlanta Oscars.
Yeah, and I had a good time down there with the guys. Everybody's loose and ready for this new package, especially Joey Logano coming from the back. He believes he's got a car he can charge with.
You also have on the front row Jamie McMurray starting up front with Kurt Busch, and a surprise in the Trevor Bayne, Ryan Newman are there in row 2, qualifying very well.
Bayne shocked the world, and you can come to Atlanta, Chris. If you can perform here, that sets you up for the West Coast swing. Big things can happen out there.
Usually in Georgia, the command is to beat Nick Saban and the Alabama football team, but it's a little bit different here for NASCAR, the second race of the season on Fox.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command is the star of CBS's Scorpion, Terminator 2, and X-Files. Please welcome today's Grand Marshal and Georgia native, Robert Patrick.
For God and country, drivers, start your engines!
A ferocious command here in Atlanta. Georgia, the #1 producer of peanuts, peaches, and pecans for our country. Today, you'll see passing pit stops and passion. The guys who will take you through it, Jeff Gordon, Darrell Waltrip, and we start with Mike Joy. Mike?
Thank you, Chris, and hi, everybody. There's a lot of drivers in this field that know how to win at Atlanta. Jimmy Johnson has 4 victories here. Kurt Busch, Carl Edwards, Casey Kane, 3 apiece. Kyle Busch has 2. But a lot has changed here since Dale Earnhardt won 9 at this track and Cale Yarborough took home 8 checkered flags. In recent years, this has been a high downforce racetrack, and everybody was glued to the track and one of the fastest tracks in all of NASCAR. So let me turn to Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Gordon with 7 Sprint Cup championships between them. How is today's challenge of driving these lower downforce cars different from what you faced here last year?
Oh, it's a lot different. Those cars are really stuck to the racetrack, not to mention the conditions were completely different. We've got sun that's beating down on this racetrack, so the track temps up. We're going to see tire wear going to be a major issue for these drivers today, so how they conserve it. And we've seen, Michael said loose, we've seen a lot of drivers loose out there. This is going to be a great race today.
And Darrell, with this setup in these tires, when you start off with your tires, it's like a new pencil eraser. It does a great job, but the more you use it, the more it wears and the less effective it is. And in this case, the slower you go.
Yeah, I think if you like dirt track racing, we talk about loose, you like to see guys slide the car around, get the car out of shape, catch it, keep staying after it. That's what you're going to see today. Guys that have been good on dirt tracks through the years in their careers, I think will be guys that shine today, riding on that right rear.
We're going to see a lot of sliding, a lot of chasing, and in Atlanta, we're more often than not apt to see a great side-by-side finish. Stick around for 500 miles on Fox. Welcome to the Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola. What a beautiful afternoon just south of Atlanta. A gorgeous spring day in full sunshine. And here's a look at our Geico starting grid. Kurt Busch has his first Atlanta pole, 3-time winner here, and Jamie McMurray his first front row start at this track. Trevor Bayne, second best start of his career, and Ryan Newman has the longest active streak of finishing in the top 10 at this track. Ricky Stenhouse, best start since September 14 at Chicago, and Kevin Harvick in his third Cup start got his first win here. Carl Edwards, 3-time Atlanta winner, including his first one, and Austin Dillon has his best Atlanta start. Top 10, Martin Truex, 1/100th of a second cost of the Daytona 500 last week, and rookie Brian Scott, that's your top 10.
Yeah, let's talk to Carl Edwards. Hey, Carl Edwards, it's DW, buddy. Got a copy?
Sir, how you doing?
Oh, man, beautiful day, sun shining, 500-mile racing, and you got what you want, pal. They took a little downforce off the cars. How you liking it?
I'm having fun so far. I really am. This place is a blast. You know, you just drive around sideways, swinging the wheel back and forth, and we feel like we got a pretty fast Aris Toyota, so I'm looking forward to it today.
Well, you got your first win here a few years ago. I had the pleasure of being up here calling that one a close finish. You think we'll see something like that again today?
I sure hope so. I know we got one less guy to contend with, that guy next to you, which is nice. But this is going to be a tough race. We got Dave Rogers on the box. We've been talking a lot about the adjustments we're going to make. And then it's just all about, managing the car, managing the balance. So I'd love to be in victory lane. This would be a great way to start our year.
All right, it would be a great way to start your year. Good luck, and thanks for talking, pal.
Hey, thanks, man. Have fun up there, guys.
Rolling in Atlanta, and at the back of the field, Kyle Busch, who had the fastest lap in qualifying on Friday, but that lap was disallowed, and so he starts the race from the rear with no qualifying time. We'll follow him up through the field. Let's go to pit road for opening stories, beginning with Matt Yoakum.
Mike, 1 year ago, Joey Logano chose pit stall 1. It was a pavement pad, and he paid the price. After each and every stop, he battled wheel spins. Now, Kurt Busch, he chose the very first stall available, stall 3, concrete pad. It should really help him with his launch off pit road. But the bigger challenge for teams up and down pit road, a number of crew chiefs tell me, because stalls 1 and 2 are blacked out, that may visually throw drivers' timing off at the end of pit road. This is the area we may see a number of pit road speeding penalties today. Vince Welsh?
Well, Matt, last week, Martin Truex Jr. was just inches away from winning the Daytona 500. Now, the Atlanta Motor Speedway is a completely different animal, but Truex is once again considered one of the favorites. This is a track that Truex really enjoys. He enjoys the challenges it presents. And crew chief Cole Pern had to make just minor tweaks to the car for today. Truex was runner-up last week, but he just may be the one to beat today. Jamie Little?
Atlanta Motor Speedway is one of 5 tracks that Matt Kenseth has never won at, yet it's always suited his driving style. I talked to his crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, and he told me they're ready to go. He said they are going to stop today between 10 and 12 times, and every time that caution flag falls, they will take 4 Goodyear tires. They're ready to do battle here. It's all about tire conservation.
Thanks, Jamie. Field winds out of turn 4 on the pace laps. Larry McReynolds joins us to set up today's race.
Yeah, Mike, you just heard Jamie talk about the pit crews. Yeah, if we've run anywhere from 10 to 12 laps and that caution comes out, absolutely these drivers will hit pit road for 4 Goodyear tires. So let's take a look at our race analysis. Pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. The fuel window, 48 to 54 laps. And Mike Joy mentioned Kyle Busch starting dead last after his time was disallowed. He ought to be fun to watch, guys.
From 39th. Smallest starting field in the Sprint Cup Series since September 1996 at North Wilkesboro. There were 40 available spots. 39 cars are here. Pole sitter Kurt Busch talking about his pit box and grip level.
I know we don't put any kind of syrup or anything down on the entry portion, but if you think you got something for cold tires and exit to lay it down for grip. I heard Logano struggled through that asphalt last year when he had this box.
You'll be launching off of concrete onto the asphalt.
This is why I really question that #1 pit stall. It's not about coming in. And when you leave that pit stall, you go onto the pavement, the tire spin is really terrible. Not to mention, it's a long way to the camera there. I really question this move, but obviously it's a nice clean stall in.
And remember, pit road speed, yellow line to yellow line. You couldn't ask for Chamber of Commerce weather like this. Congratulations to Ed Clark and all the folks at Atlanta Motor Speedway. They got their wish, 64 degrees, a light breeze, and the track temp in broad sunlight, 97 degrees.
Now we just want our wish. 3 and 4 wide racing from wall to wall or yellow line to wall. Oh, I can't wait for this race to get started. This
You're going to enjoy this very much.
Look at this crowd.
Very enjoyable. All right, Jeff, they're coming here to get the green flag, buddy. I'm a little nervous. How about you?
Oh, I know I am.
Let's send them on their way. What do you say? All you folks at home, get up on your feet. Let's go. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Hamlin coming on the high side, got a great run through turns 1 and 2. Passes teammate Carl Edwards, slots into 8th. Kurt Busch jumping out quickly as Jamie McMurray did not get as great a start from the outside lane. More on that when we talk about restarts later.
You know, Denny Hamlin had a very fast race car in practice for short runs, so he's taken advantage of that short run speed that he has, but he better be careful not to use up those tires too early here.
Boy, this is when the car, this is when the car's at its best. You got brand new tires on the car, you start the race, the track doesn't have a lot of debris or dirt built up, rubber built up yet. This is when you can really make some time on the outside.
Look at this. Hamlin must think it's the last lap of the Daytona 500. That's the way he's steaming around the outside.
And again, I'm concerned because I think while these teams are going to be able to manage tires and the drivers are going to be able to do that, this first run is the one you have to be most concerned about when the track is green. We're going to see the most tire wear in this first run.
Matt.
Mike, that was Mike Wheeler's crew chief's biggest concern for the first run was just tire wear on this green racetrack. But he told me when he looks at his driver, what impresses him most is how Denny Hamlin manages his tires here, Martinsville, Darlington. He always excels just due to how he can pedal that race car.
And a lot of it is in the driver's hands. Abusing the tires, the driver can control that.
And quite the opposite. When we go to the back of the field and we talk about Kyle Busch coming up through the field, he's only made up 3 spots. He's really conserving. Here goes Denny Hamlin for another move around Kevin Harvick. That's a big move right there. I really think Kevin Harvick is the car to beat today.
From 12th to 4th for Hamlin.
Okay, so you take Harvick. I got Hamlin. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, now that he's moving forward, you're going to take Hamlin.
No, I had him. He's my man all along.
I'm still sticking with Harvick.
2 in a row.
Like Denny Hamlin, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has gotten a great launch off turn 2 by riding the rim, using the outside. Here he comes. He's got one in his sights. Dips low, makes the pass on Greg Biffle. He got another one exiting turn 2.
We see this at this racetrack all the time. Somebody gets that outside working and they go by a lot of race cars while everybody's fighting for the bottom. Top's wide open and you can use it to your advantage.
Nobody knows how to work that wall better than Dale Earnhardt Jr. He uses a cushion of air up there as he gets right up against it, gives him just a little bit more side force.
Second place. Here comes Ryan Newman against Jamie McMurray in the 1.
Side force is good as long as you don't force the side in. You're okay.
Exactly. That's the challenges of being inches off the wall.
Just watch the drivers moving forward in these first 5 laps to see if perhaps if we get a long green run, if they're still moving forward toward the end of it.
I think what you find, Mike, I know the crew chief and the spotter will be radioing to you. That 11, that 88, they're really making time on the high side. On the outside, you might want to try it.
And guys, you know when that high line is an option, Dale Jr. is one of the best at running up there. He's taken to it early. A lot of the talk down in the garage area was about this 88 car. He seems to be on a mission after a very disappointing Daytona.
He started 16th and he just took 8th place from Matt Kenseth, going after Ricky Stenhouse.
We've seen where Kevin Harvick has been really strong here in the past. but he doesn't have a lot of early run speed. It usually takes the track to really rubber in, for the fuel load to go away, and for his long run speed to really come in as he paints that yellow line around the bottom. Right now, we've got the exact opposite. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's way up at the top, carrying tons of momentum off of the top of both corners 2 and 4, and carrying a tremendous amount of speed down the straightaway.
Yeah, that high line, you don't grab in quite as hard, but man, when you get middle off, you really increase the length of that back straightaway and make a lot of straightaway speed, catching people going down the back.
Denny Hamlin has caught Jamie McMurray, makes the pass for third. Ryan Newman is second. Kurt Busch is the leader. Jamie.
And Jamie McMurray started on the front row today. His best start since Martinsville 2014. Now yesterday in practice, he got into the wall not once, but twice, hurting the outside right side of that race car. His team stayed 2 hours longer than the garage was open yesterday to fix it. You could see him twitch. The car's loose right now.
Look at the run that Earnhardt gets on the 4 of Kevin Harvick. High, wide, and handsome.
Just move over. I'm coming through.
10 laps complete. This time by Kurt Busch in command at Atlanta. Welcome back to Atlanta. Kurt Busch in command. Kyle Busch up 11 spots from where he started at the back. It's been all Kurt Busch so far after 15 laps. We knew there'd be comers and goers. I didn't think it would be quite this quickly.
I am loving what I'm seeing. They're all over the racetrack right now. Got some audio here on Kevin Harvick.
Enter this lap. Careful. As it rubbers up, it's probably going to get better and better here. We're fine now. We'll see those guys in about 15 laps, I believe.
Well, it didn't take that long because he caught them and passed them back.
Remember when we, before we went to break, we saw Denny Hamlin passing all those cars? Well, guess what? They're starting to pass him now.
Oh, those cars are passing him back. Yeah, what I love about Harvick, he knows what he's got, and he knows what the track's going to do. And when cars were passing him, he was not worried. He stayed on the bottom, ran his line.
Kyle Busch is now up 12 from where he started tail end of the field, Matt.
Running pretty much the bottom down in turns 1 and 2. He's been migrating up a little bit, battling a grip issue like so many others, and they were battling an issue with the chassis. Now they borrowed a little bit of the setup from their teammate Denny Hamlin's race setup, and the car really seemed to come alive, but it just wasn't quite where they wanted to be at the start of the race. They knew it was going to be a work in progress, especially starting near the back.
Well, they've already, Mike and Jeff, they've already fallen off 2.5 seconds. In 17 laps, they've lost 2.5 seconds.
And I love the Kyle Busch I'm seeing in 2016. We saw this in 15 as well. He has matured so much. When they dropped the green on this race, he didn't just drive up through there and go 3 and 4 wide. He's going methodically, one by one, lap by lap, car by car, and he still has great tires on his car right now.
And you're right, methodical would not be a word we use to describe the old Kyle Busch, but the champion Kyle Busch, that's different. Well, for everybody whose elevator is going up, there is a counterweight to that story, and in this case, it's Kyle Larson. He's back in 30th. He's dropped 10 spots, Vince.
That's right, Mike. And this is a team that has fought loose. Big wiggle there from the 42 of Larson. They fought a loose to free race car throughout the course of the weekend. And right now, Kyle Larson started the race crazy loose. Crew chief Chad Johnston told me earlier today that after 15 to 18 laps, these guys are going to have their hands full. Well, Larson had his hands full on lap 1.
4th place, Dale Earnhardt Jr. up high. He's got the benefit of Matt Kenseth there.
And here's a driver that we think of being methodical in Matt Kenseth. He really knows how to conserve his tires and be really smooth and not get too aggressive and wait for the track and everything to come to him, as we see him moving by Dale Earnhardt Jr. right now.
But we saw Junior blow by Matt Kenseth on that high side a few laps ago. But now Junior has used up his stuff, and the guys that can run the bottom are going to prevail.
Oh, by the way, look to Junior's left. Here comes Harvick. And where is he? What'd you call it, Jeff? Painting the yellow line on the inside.
He won't get off the yellow line. No. If you see Harvick get off the yellow line, there's something wrong. Nobody drives this racetrack on the bottom on that yellow line better than Kevin Harvick. There's grip down there. You can see where they rub the sidewall of the tire on the apron to get on the yellow line as tightly as Kevin Harvick does. And he just has a way, when the tire's starting to fall off, he gets to that yellow line. He holds it there better and longer than anybody else out there. You watch, he'll stay on it really far around the corner there off of 4, and he'll just start inching away.
That's what he predicted. You know, we're fine now. It'll be fine, don't worry. And he's right. It's coming right to him.
Meanwhile, Kurt Busch is out there all by himself by 1.3 seconds over Ryan Newman and Martin Truex Jr.
Jeff Gordon, I'm just like you. I'm loving watching this race. It's so much fun looking at the lap times and seeing the varying lines. One guy that I know loves this racetrack and is maybe one of the best ever to drive here is Martin Truex Jr. He gets it just like Kevin Harvick does. He's going to be someone you're going to have to contend with today as well. What do you got down there, Vince?
Well, Truex, this is indeed one of his better tracks. He was 6th here last year. He's been 6th or better 3 of the last 4 races. He just likes it when it's hard on everyone. There are certain drivers that excel the harder it gets. Truex is one of them, and the mentality is there. He likes it that way.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. We didn't talk about Martin Truex Jr. a lot, but he's really done a great job, and he's all over the track. He's not like Kevin Harvick, where he's just committed to one particular line. He's up high. He's in the middle. He's down low. His car's working really well, and he's driving hard.
I like that 31 car, too. I haven't mentioned Ryan Newman very much, but, man, he's hanging right there, challenging Martin Truex Jr. right now.
Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by Ford. We go further so you can. And by Budweiser, not backing down since 1876. This Bud's for you.
29 laps complete. Kurt Busch, your leader. Here are today's Ford Performance Track Facts. Marvin Panchin of Ford was the first driver to win 2 straight Atlanta races. That happened in 1965. And in the early 90s, when Ford won 6 out of 7 here, that included Bill Elliott's season sweeps, 1985 and 1992. Awesome Bill from Dawsonville won 5 races here, all in Fords.
Mike, I'm watching the timing and scoring over here, and 2 cars that are in the 32-second, high 32 seconds, Kenseth and Harvick. Everybody else 33 and above. Martin Truex looks like he's catching Kurt Busch just a little bit here, lap after lap.
Well, since we went to break, Darrell, he knocked a second out of Kurt Busch's lead. It's now just half a second, Chevy versus Toyota at the front. Lots of different lanes. There's David Reagan from Georgia up high, getting lapped by leader Kurt Busch.
Yeah, Harvick continues to be the fastest car lap after lap.
And I'm really curious to see, again, we talk about tires. Goodyear's brought a different tire, a little bit softer for this lower downforce package, and I'm really curious to see how this plays out. We're already seeing the low downforce package really showing how everybody's running from the bottom, the middle, the top. Anywhere there's not a car in front of them, that's where they're going, which is, to me, super exciting to watch as a driver.
We're at 31 laps right now. We've been green all the way. Larry, what are the chances we're going to make it all the way through a full tank of Sunoco race fuel before they need tires?
Yeah, I think what's going to happen, Mike, we're going to have some drivers that are getting very unhappy with their car. And I know there was a little bit of a concern with tire wear. I think somewhere around lap 40, we'll start to see some drivers hit pit road. And once some starts hitting it, it'll be an epidemic. Everybody has to start coming.
Think about it, Mike. You come in and get tires, you're 3 seconds off the pace. You come in to get tires, you're going to make up 3 seconds every lap until the other guy stops.
Matt Kenseth into second, passing Martin Truex. Now Harvick is about another half second back of this group. In fourth, Ryan Newman, distance back in fifth.
Now we start to see lap traffic becoming a big factor in this race as Kurt Busch comes up on some lap traffic. All these leaders coming up on him, trying to pick which lane they want to choose to go by them.
And we listened in on Kurt Busch and his team leading this race.
The front seems to be giving up a little quicker than the rear. I've got all my tools maxed out to help the front. All right, thank you.
So you hear Kurt Busch talking about tools. Well, what tools does a driver have inside the car? There are some fans that they can turn on to maybe cool down that right front tire or front tires if he's needing to get a little more front grip. But also the track bar adjuster is probably the biggest adjustment that they have in there. He can run that track bar up to try to free the car up.
Yeah, just a little bit of brake bias too can make a difference.
Right, DW.
Larry?
And you know, this adjustable track bar, the driver was able to start adjusting it from inside the race car last year. And it's a tool that they use everywhere except Daytona and Talladega. The track bar, this is it right here. It's hooked to the trailing arm over here and the frame over here. And what they'll do, they can adjust it right there. And like Jeff said, if maybe the thing's not rotating or turning, you will raise this track bar. If you're looking for more forward bite, he can lower this. Now, how does the driver know how much he has lowered or raised it? He actually has a digital readout on the dash. That way he can tell the crew chief how much he's moved that track bar.
You know, Larry, something Jeff was telling me about the track bar, he's used it. It doesn't move fast enough. And so you really have to stay on it to that button to get that thing to make a big change. And the way this track's laid out with these all turns, a mile of turns on a quarter-mile straightaway, that's got to be a little confusing to you.
It is, and I think there's some costs there. I think also the teams didn't want the drivers out there adjusting it as they go through the corner. And also, when you're in the corner loaded up, the motor's not strong enough for it to move. So you really have to wait till you get off the corner onto the straightaway. Then you start adjusting it. You have your digital readout. It shows you how much you're moving it. And it will take the entire straightaway to get it to move generally as much as you want.
Yeah,
here.
with 1,800-foot back straightaway here, that's not a lot of time to be making a major adjustment.
Kurt Busch has been caught by Matt Kenseth. Matt?
And Mike, he was telling Tony Gibson a few moments ago, you heard his conversation about the balance issues. The car is just too free on entry. He's giving up too much time there, just trying to hold on as his teammate, the 4, is slowed.
I think we're really going to see him. We're going to see him come to pit road for sure. But I think when we see the tires on this car, we're going to see an extensive wear.
Here comes Harvick. He was in 4th place. Jamie.
Hearing flat tire right front, possibly flat on the 4 car for Kevin Harvick. He was a little bit loose, but the car was getting better as they ran. They're going to bring it in, change 4 tires here. They'll pull a tear off there. Otherwise, the balance of the race car is good. They'll fill them up with some Sunoco fuel.
Now, to your point, when he goes back out there with new tires, he's going to be by far the fastest car on the racetrack.
And this is about the window I thought we'd be able to run on tires, about 38 to 40 laps. That's what we were predicting, and I think that's what Harvick was out of tires.
Look at these pit crews. They're getting ready. They now have seen that right front tire of Kevin Harvick, and they are scrambling. Here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. to pit road.
All it takes is one.
Brad Keselowski is in. Jamie.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. was making a move to the front. He was in 3rd, but he backed off because he picked up a vibration. He said he wore out that right rear, so he'll be happy to get these 4 tires. Matt?
The guy who was the most productive on the 1.5 miles last year but failed to win was Brad Keselowski in the 2. He's been battling a balance issue all weekend. His car loose on entry, especially tight across the center. Air pressure change on the 2.
Leader Kurt Busch is in.
To pit road, said the car is just way too loose as you hear teams up and down pit road having to adjust to the loose race car. 4 tire change and Sunoco fuel for the 78. Matt?
Kurt Busch eases into his box. Look for a chassis adjustment across the back. Don't see it yet. Air pressure change to try to tighten up that 41 machine. Jamie.
Matt Kenseth started this day off with a conservative setup. They didn't want to take any chances, and his driver has been happy. Matt hasn't said anything about the handling of this race car as he took the lead. It'll be a 4-tire stop here. They told me 4 tires every stop today.
Carl Edwards briefly became the 3rd leader of the race. He's now also on pit road, which is pretty full. Vince.
Carl Edwards really been working that track bar adjuster inside the race car, as Larry was just explaining a few moments ago. 4 tire change for the 19. On the 11 now.
Denny Hamlin in. Austin Dillon right of your screen getting serviced. There's Jimmy Johnson coming out. Matt.
Mike, you run the bottom of the racetrack, you're going to wear out your right front. You run the top of the racetrack, you're going to wear out your right rear.
And staying out long enough to lead a lap will be Kyle Busch, who started this race from last place.
In practice, we saw these drivers attacking pit road to see how aggressive they could get to pit road. Right now, during this race with these tires, nobody is attacking pit road. They're all coming conservative, and this is why. Look at how these tires have been chewed up. That's the inside of the right front tire.
Matt?
And Kyle Busch is in now. He was battling an aero tight condition early on, but mostly near the end of that run, he was losing the back of his race car. Air pressure change to fix the 18. Meanwhile, his teammate Denny Hamlin, his car was extremely tight, could not run the bottom.
42 laps complete. Cole Witt picks up the lead of this race as we cycle through green flag pit stops in Atlanta. We've been green so far. Tricky pit road to enter. Dale Earnhardt Jr. having a little issue here.
Whoa.
As he gets onto pit road. Cruz making green flag pit stops with a quick jump over the wall and into action. Most laps led in this race so far, Kurt Busch, 45 of 49. The Sprint LTE Plus network delivers faster download speeds than other national carriers. Sprint, better for less. Kurt Busch now out in front by 1.4 seconds, and that is the difference between pitting one lap before everybody else and having the benefit of those fresh tires. Now in third is Carl Edwards, and he has moved up in this green flag sequence.
Yeah, I always like breaking down the 2 laps that includes a green flag pit stop, because that involves the driver, it involves the pit crew, it involves everything about it. And what we have here are those 2 laps. Carl Edwards making his 4-tire stop to pit road. You can see right there, he was the quickest, and his teammate Matt Kenseth, who pitted at the same time, about a second and a half slower than Carl Edwards, but not surprised to see a Joe Gibbs Toyota driver at the top of this list, because they always are money on pit road.
And Larry, they've also helped the race car for Carl. It says the balance is much better on this run. It says it does feel like he's on the splitter on the right front just a little bit in the initial laps of the run, but he can already tell a difference in the balance for the positive side as you see Jimmy Johnson around the outside, Mike.
And here we go again. We're going to see this cycle through. This is Kevin Harvick being real conservative. Jimmy's feeling good about his car. He's been driving up from mid-pack and making some great moves, working around the racetrack. But Kevin Harvick is extremely concerned about that right front tire that just came off of his race car. You're going to see him be extremely conservative here until he gets some more laps and they can verify the wear on that right front.
You can control that as a driver. You know if you're leaning on that right front tire or not. If you're turning that wheel a lot to stay on that yellow line like he likes to do, you know you're abusing that right front. You got to back off a little bit.
And it looks like he has backed off just a bit from Jimmy Johnson there, Matt.
Mike, Jimmy Johnson was a little bit on the tight side that first run, but he was very pleased with the 48. In fact, he told Chad Knaus, I didn't even touch the track bar adjuster on that run. Now, I spoke with Goodyear about a number of different teams. They say what they're seeing wear-wise, very consistent with a high-wear racetrack. Now, Jimmy Johnson's right front was about the worst of the teams in my area that I saw, about a 3/4 inch band all the way around the shoulder, but that was pretty much it. Good wear for Atlanta here today.
And then historically, as this 500-mile race unfolds, tire wear gets better. That initial run, you kind of abuse stuff like we saw them do, and now you know what you can and cannot get away with.
Here's what I really like about the tire that Goodyear has brought here this weekend is the teams and the drivers have to manage it. You know, you've got to be conservative at times, you got to be aggressive at other times, but you got to think about how hard you're going to drive this racetrack today.
Let's check with Jamie for our nationwide Dale Jr. performance report.
Well, I had told you that Dale Jr. had picked up a vibration before the stop. It seems to be gone now. They took a look at all 4 tires and said the right rear was actually the worst wear, and he felt like it was the right front. So they're going to keep an eye on that. Jr. also said he's going to go easier at the beginning of a run. He felt like he went too hard in the first run of this race.
Well, I think we documented that up here. I know Jeff was saying how hard he was going, and he was burning that right rear up. Looked like riding that top up against the wall.
Currently 9th, 10 seconds back of the leader. Ryan Newman looked like he was definitely in the shadows coming around turn 2. He all but scraped the wall up there on the high side on exit.
It's a good run for Newman, though. He's been up there in the top 10 all this start of this race, running 7th right now. Pretty good day for this team starting off this race.
Martin Truex Jr.'s dropped back a bunch. They hung a lug nut on their pit stop.
You're watching Fox NASCAR.
Badge of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by KFC's new Nashville Hot Chicken. It's spicy, smoky, and crispy. And by Lowe's. Hurry in today for big spring savings.
Coming into today's race, all but one of the last 17 races here had a caution in the first 40 laps. We are 62 laps into this one, and we are caution free as Kevin Harvick and Jimmy Johnson battle for fourth spot. And Matt Kenseth, he caught Kurt Busch about 4 laps ago, but is playing the waiting game.
I think now you're kind of in a dilemma here for a little while. Okay, so there were some guys who had a bit of a tire issue on that first go round. So now you got to kind of manage your tires and see how hard can I run and not abuse the tires. See a nice pass here. Finally got it.
Yeah, Matt Kenseth got a great run at the bottom of 3 and 4. He got to that yellow line. We talk about Kevin Harvick being so good. Well, he hit it just perfect. Got a great run up off of turn 4 to get underneath Kurt Busch.
Second time Kenseth has led today, but he's about to get into a pile of traffic as they head for turn 3.
But I was just saying, Mike, right now you're kind of juggling 2 balls here. How hard do I go and not abuse the tires and and run them as long as I can without something going wrong here with one of my tires?
Let's get an update on the rookies.
Yeah, Mike, you know, to me, one of the neatest stories this year was the rookie class, a big group of rookies. And I've been pretty impressed with 2 of them especially. Chase Elliott in his 24, Ryan Blaney in the 21. They started the race back on the 12th row, and here they are right now, the 24 running 12th, and Blaney in the 21 running 14th, doing exactly what they need to do as rookies.
Oh, that would be the greatest thing for both those guys, Larry, if they ran all day long. And you know what the other great thing about a rookie is? If you don't talk about them very much.
I think this is a great run for all those guys. I think that's exactly what Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney need here at a very difficult racetrack. So we go back and we see after Matt Kenseth got by Kurt Busch, we see where Matt missed the bottom, missed the yellow line, and Kurt Busch got in there and got to the yellow line and really gained a bunch on him. I wasn't sure when I first saw it what was causing that, but then as he got to him, he started losing the nose. He wanted to get up behind Matt and loosen him up a little bit, maybe get that lead back.
Matt Kenseth was 2.6 seconds behind Kurt Busch, and he knocked that lead down, but only by about 1/10 of a second a lap. Very patient. Took him 22 laps to catch Kurt Busch and make the pass.
Matt Kenseth only got running in the 32s. He's 32.9. Everybody else is 32.2 and above. So definitely got a little advantage on the field right now. The 20 does.
Brad Keselowski at 12th place just gave up a spot there to Chase Elliott. And we listened in.
Looks like to me I'm getting beat center off, regardless of whether I back the corner up.
So is it turn in the center is what you're saying?
I can still get loose in and off. Anything I do to try to help my center turn with driving techniques just makes me loose.
Keselowski has a vibration. Matt.
And Mike, another driver has a vibration as well, and that's the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Remember, I told you after that pit stop, his tire looks, the right front, to be about the worst of the ones that I've seen in my area on pit road. He says it's not shaking on the straightaways. He's not sure if maybe it's a loose wheel, but remember, he did have that wear pattern on that right front, so there is some concern here in the 48.
And we did see him take off a little bit faster after that pit stop. He's feeling good and confident about his car, and he really took off. It looks like he might be slowing down right here.
Yeah, he's going to have to cut to pit road. If you got an issue like that and you see the car he's struggling with it right now, you better get that thing on pit road.
Johnson in 5th. Martin Truex.
I thought he was
close here. Nope.
I thought he was slowing down. That's just how much the pace has dropped here. These tires are really being abused, and this surface is extremely abrasive. And now these drivers, you can hear the off throttle time here with Martin Truex Jr. He's backing that corner up so much, and that's again this lower downforce package in this tire Goodyear, brother. I love it.
I think if Jimmy Johnson saw the tire off at the 4 car, he'd be coming to pit road right now.
9th place at stake here. Ricky Stenhouse versus Ryan Newman. Nice Ford Chevy battle. Matt Kenseth's Toyota is out front of Kurt Busch, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, and Jimmy Johnson. It's Chevy Truck Month. Get to your Chevy dealer and take home the 2016 Silverado 1500 from the fastest growing pickup brand. Chevrolet, find new roads. 75 green flag laps to start this 500-miler in Atlanta. While we were away, Jimmie Johnson made an unscheduled pit stop from 5th place, Matt.
Mike, the vibration was just too much of a concern. He hit pit road. Now Rick Hendrick is down here. Ken Howes is down here. Chad Knaus looked over the tires that came off. And Ron Malik and Ken Howes are looking at the left rear again that came off the 48. It appears that possibly was the loose wheel on the 48. Jimmy says no vibration after the stop.
That's good news. Matt Kenseth out in front by 2.5 seconds now over Kurt Busch, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, and Martin Truex.
Jeff, I know when I drove, if they said somebody's having a tire problem, as soon as my car did something I didn't expect, I thought I was having a tire problem. Doesn't that just weigh on your mind?
You're right. Psychologically, you just think that something must be wrong. The tire, something's wrong. I've got a vibration. Every little thing's going on inside that car. It goes to another level when you find out somebody else is having problems.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in, Jamie.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. in. He says he needs more front grip. This is what he was battling on Friday in practice and in qualifying. They thought they really helped it, but it's slowly coming back. Meanwhile, your leader, Matt Kenseth, pulls off onto pit road. He started this run off a little bit looser than he did the first time, so he wants to get 4 tires. No adjustments for Matt Kenseth so far today.
So Kenseth's in. That makes this battle for the lead. Kurt Busch versus Carl Edwards.
Don't you think it's kind of cool that, Carl has been a big advocate of taking downforce off these cars. Want the cars to be looser, harder to drive. And you see why, because it fits right into Carl's driving style.
Jamie?
And Kevin Harvick came in for 4 tires, not the handling that he wants in this car early on, Matt.
Joey Logano's car much tighter this run. Still work to do, though. He was adjusting with the track bar adjuster inside the race car. Meanwhile, his teammate, Brad Keselowski, they tightened up the 2 car, but it actually was much worse this run on exit. Way too free, Vince.
The 19 of Carl Edwards is in. Edwards said the balance was actually a little bit better than what he had the previous run. They're going to snug him up just a little bit. 4 tires, Matt.
The pole sitter, Kurt Busch, is in. You can already see slight chassis adjustment across the back. He said he was losing the nose on that run. The air pressure change did not help. It made the car too free on exit.
So that cycles us pretty much through pit stops. Jimmie Johnson, who came in first, got that benefit of a lap or 2 before everybody else got fresh rubber, and he is your race leader. 79 caution-free laps to begin here in Atlanta. Jimmie Johnson Chevrolet out front.
Fields of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, and by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. With Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers watching from Atlanta. Moments ago, the new leader, the 6th different leader, the 8th different lead change, and in the 20-car, Matt Kenseth, who had the Daytona 500 victory in his sights until that dramatic finish last Sunday with Denny Hamlin edging out Martin Truex Jr. Let's take a look at the Busch summary. And so far, we have not had, as Mike Joy has mentioned, a caution in this race. So 85 of the 325 laps, green flag racing all the way. And Michael, let's talk about the fastest cars you're watching so far.
Well, it's certainly those two Gibbs Toyotas. Matt Kenseth's flexing his muscle at the front, and Carl Edwards just about gets there every time when he has to have a pit stop. So those cars are really strong. A surprise, Hamlin's nearly fallen off the lead lap with this nearly 90 laps of green flag running.
And Ryan Blaney, the rookie, in a Ford 13th. Chase Elliott, not too far from where he grew up here in the state of Georgia. The pole sitter last week up to 12th.
That means we're going to see some fun things out of these rookies in 2016, Chris. They're competitive on this really tough Atlanta track. I can't wait to watch them race for wins.
Let's head back upstairs, rejoin Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. It took Matt Kenseth 5 laps to come from 2.8 seconds back to the lead. He had 7-lap fresher tires than the fellow he was chasing for the front spot, Jimmy Johnson. Let's watch Joey Logano at work here.
What is a driver you never want to do is have to turn to the right. You don't mind working that thing to left, left, left. That's car's pretty comfortable when you do that. It's just when you have to snap it back to the right. See a little bit of that right there, and that's just that car's loose off.
Logano's in 4th place. I talked to Roger Penske, his team owner, this morning. He said, we're going to be better than we've showed so far this weekend. And indeed, they are. Logano in 4th and Brad Keselowski 11th for Team Penske.
Yeah, they were. I think Jeff and I both agree they weren't very good in practice. They weren't very happy, but they have shown a little better today in what they did in practice.
And we saw Joey's hands in practice really working hard, going back and forth and turning to the right. He's much tighter. I think they've really tightened that car up and a lot more comfortable. And now we look at Kevin Harvick and compare to him. I mean, Kevin's always so smooth here, but even as smooth as Kevin is, when he runs that bottom, you can hear him really check up off the throttle real early, get down to yellow line early. You can still see it's not easy. He's moving that wheel a good bit trying to hold it on the bottom.
And the crew chief's nightmare, Mike, is when the car's loose in and tight off. I'm loose in and tight off. Well, I can fix one of them, but I don't know how the heck I'm going to fix both of them.
Let's have a look at Martin Truex in 7th place.
Now, Martin, we've seen him sliding around earlier. I saw the back jump out a couple of times, so I'm really anxious to see what his hands look like as we go down here into 1 and 2. He's working on Kevin Harvick. He's going to go to the higher line, straddle that seam up top there. Really got to play with the throttle, put some wheel input. You saw he put the wheel into it, and then all of a sudden the back started to step out, and he corrected. Big momentum here, and he's going to go almost to the inside of Kevin Harvick.
He had the speed down the
straightaway. He thought about
it, but he didn't have the room.
That almost worked. Now Harvick has a little room.
Look how much that held him up, and now you've got a slower car, Regan Smith, who's gotten inside of him. He probably has a little bit fresher tires on that car, Regan Smith. And so just that one bobble there when he went to go inside Harvick cost him a lot of time.
Regan Smith had a great run down in Daytona last week. Tommy Baldwin's car did a nice job.
Vince?
Well, Martin Truex Jr., you saw him there running 7th, and the good news for Truex is that after really courting the left rear early in the race, the second set of tires looked better. So they just continue to encourage Truex to manage the tire wear, manage the run. Everybody faced with that challenge here today.
Thanks, Vince. Matt Kenseth in command. And look at this battle. Rookie against a champion. Chase Elliott in the 24. Against Brad Keselowski for 11. Last year, the longest green flag run, 76 laps. first 92 laps of this race have been green. That is not a record. In November 1979, we went past halfway before the first caution flag, and Neil Bonnet, driving for the Wood brothers, went to victory lane that day.
I find this a really interesting story. A few things happening here. One, you've got Trevor Bayne leading this pack, he qualified third. And, it was a great start for Roush Fenway Racing, but now we see where they're starting to struggle again in the race here, getting a hold of this tricky racetrack. But then you've got the 41 of Kurt Busch, and you just saw him go by Jimmy Johnson. Now, Jimmy Johnson had problems. He had to come in early, and it made everybody react, and they all came down pit road. He took the lead on that sequence, but now you see those tires, by coming in earlier, how he's paying the price.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think coming in early is okay because you make up so much time. I mean, right now Jimmy's running third, and I think that coming in early is not a bad thing. It might even be the norm for the day because of tire wear.
Now, last week, Brian Vickers was in the 14 for Tony Stewart, who was injured back in January in an off-road riding accident. Tony is here, and Ty Dillon, who's driving this car today, says that he has really benefited from having Tony on the radio as a driver coach.
Want to wish Mario Andretti a happy birthday today. Today is Mario's birthday.
Happy birthday, Mario.
Oh, buddy.
Matt Kenseth, your leader by 2.5 seconds.
Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Taste the feeling. And by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side.
At 100 laps, aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. You see, Matt Kenseth has just put Casey Mears a lap down, and he's about to get his teammate Denny Hamlin and go one lap down.
Here we look at tires. This was from the first run. We really saw him chewing them up. Now this is a tire from the second run. You can see it's an improvement, but it is still taking a major toll on the inside shoulder of these tires. That might actually be the outside shoulder.
I'm watching Matt Kenseth trying to put Denny Hamlin a lap down. Matt, our leader right now, Kenseth, and he caught Hamlin, but Hamlin kicked into another gear here, and he's holding Matt off right now. What are they saying down there, buddy?
DW in practice, the 11 car was on the free side. They tightened him up. They thought that would be the winning ticket for the race, but now the car has really swung to the tight side. His spotter, Chris Lambert, has made suggestions of where the fast cars are running. Denny's tried to migrate around. Nothing helps. His car, wicked tight.
And the big number for Matt Kenseth is how far behind is Kurt Busch. When Matt caught Denny Hamlin, Busch was 2 seconds back. With Kurt Busch not making any real inroads on that, Kenseth can ride there for a while without peril.
I think what you're seeing, we're watching the 41 car here. He's running second right now, Kurt Busch.
Now, he hasn't eaten much into the lead, but look at this battle.
I mean, this is Kevin Harvick's story of the day. He just takes off real slow, lets everybody go by him, and then halfway through a run, 3/4 of the way through the run, here he comes, just coming to the front in a hurry.
And 6th place, Truex and Edwards. Matt.
Crew Chief Todd Gordon told me Friday, you're going to see some big name organizations hit it with this new package, and you're going to see some big names miss it. He said, we missed it on Friday. We battled back on Saturday. Felt like they were in a good position today. Joey says the car, the last 2 runs have been on the tight side, but it continues to get better. And air pressure change the last stop has helped. He said, expect to see me on the bottom almost all day.
Joey Logano in 5th place, looking out his rear bumper at Martin Truex, just about 0.3 of a second back.
Mike, I think there's times when you want to use that top lane to make passes, and maybe you can catch some people off guard and use that to your advantage. But at the end of the day, the guy that can ride that yellow line is the guy that's going to win this race.
Now, this is the best battle on the racetrack right now. You've got, I know it's not for position. This is Denny Hamlin fighting for his race right here. We didn't see any of this coming. I mean, he was fast in practice. He qualified up front. We really felt like this was, a car that was going to battle for the win. This is the time when you don't want a long run. Your car, you've missed the setup. You've got to get in and make some major adjustments on the next pit stop. And right now, he is just fighting and battling his teammate, which is also creating some real challenges for Matt Kenseth because Kurt Busch is catching him.
Kenseth's been able to wait for a while, but you're right, Jeff. Kurt Busch has now knocked it down to 1.7 seconds, and the 41 is closing on the leader.
You know, guys, here's what I believe. I think the minute that Denny Hamlin goes a lap down, if he indeed does to Matt Kenseth, I think you'll see him come to pit road and do the short pit. But we really are only about 8 to 10 laps from what would be another 40-lap run, which I think we'll see about everyone on pit road.
I think what you were seeing was Denny Hamlin being very conservative, being very cautious with the right front issue. And when Matt Kenseth caught him, he said, okay, I've got to step it up. I'm going to have to push this thing, and he's able to stay in front of Matt Kenseth. I really think that's what's going on with Hamlin. He was just being a little too conservative.
But now Kurt Busch is just 1.5 seconds back of the leader. Casey Mears is between them.
You're right, DW. You could see he was really stepping the back end out. He's being much more aggressive in Denny Hamlin. So you're right. He's just pushing the limits of the car now. He knows that a pit stop's coming, and he can do that.
Yeah.
Joey Logano's the first Ford in the race in 5th. The next one is Ricky Stenhouse having a nice run in 9th. Jamie.
Well, Mike, they've been telling us, Roush Fenway, how hard they've been working in the offseason to better their cars, to improve on them, especially at the 1.5-mile tracks. Well, in qualifying on Friday, a lot of us were surprised by how well they did, and they qualified. Ricky Stenhouse qualified in the top 5. Well, today so far, he's backing it up. The car has been good. They've made the right adjustments, and he stayed right there in the top 10, all 109 laps.
Good run in the early going for Stenhouse.
I think they've helped those cars a lot the Fords have with that new nose they got on the car. I was looking at it, and it looks a lot better than the nose they had last year. It's a little bit more aerodynamically sleek looking. I think it's really helped them in that area.
NASCAR allowed Ford a new nose because the new Ford Fusion in showrooms has a brand new nose. Matt Kenseth 1.4 seconds ahead of Kurt Busch.
Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by Chevrolet. Find new road.
6 lead lap cars already on pit road and more coming as Kevin Harvick has come up to take the lead away from Matt Kenseth. Jamie.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 88, talking about coming in. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick, the 20. You see Dale Jr. there on the right side. They made an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires, Matt.
Joey Logano's in, service already to the left side of the car. An air pressure change to try to improve that tightness issue on the 22, especially in the center of the corner, which was just killing him on the lap times. Vince.
Carl Edwards coming into his pit box. He grazed the wall a few laps ago, but spotter Jason Hedleski says it's just a beauty mark, no damage to it at all. Carl's a tick tight. They're going to free it up just a little bit. Matt?
Pole sitter Kurt Busch is in. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. He felt like the change on the last stop did help, but he needed a lot more of it. Now it's an air pressure change on the left sides. His biggest issue, just way too free on exit. Jamie.
Matt Kenseth is in. A tear off. Watch for a chassis adjustment. They did it last time and it worked well. Car is very responsive. It's a wedge adjustment. 4 tires and fuel. Meanwhile, the 4 Kevin Harvick in. The balance of his race car is better. The tires also look better last run. Hoping for the same here.
He and Kenseth come out nose to tail. That will complete this round of green flag stops.
That's not a problem on the tires. That's looking pretty good.
Let's go back and show you how Kevin Harvick got the lead. Front straightaway heading for turn 1.
Yeah, we see Matt Kenseth come up on the 1 car. The 4 car goes to the bottom, has the preferred lane right there, and Matt really kind of gave it up pretty easily. He knew pit stops were coming.
And here is Kenseth coming back, but he will be coming to pit road for a penalty. Improper fueling on Matt Kenseth's car is the call.
Improper fueling.
I got to see that one.
That's a new one for me. I'm just wondering if the fuel holder made the wedge adjustment.
Yeah,
you cannot stand in the box if you're the fueler. If you make a wedge adjustment, you can do it if you don't make a wedge adjustment.
Yeah, we just had that conversation with NASCAR in our meeting yesterday, and that was made very clear. The fuel man, the can man, can stand over the wall, but he can't do anything but fuel the car.
Now the pit road officiating system is what calls these penalties to the NASCAR tower, and it's all done electronically, and once we have that information we'll share it with you.
When I find it really interesting, Martin Truex Jr. in all this has taken the lead. They came in earlier. I was really surprised. The 20 and the 4 car were both waiting for one another to come in. They stayed out an extra lap, and then Martin Truex Jr. in the 78, he comes down pit road. Now he's got the lead.
On an earlier stop, they hung a lug nut and went from top 5 down to outside the top 10. But Truex has battled back. Now, he was 5th before pit stops, 5.5 seconds back. But since he pitted 3 laps sooner than the other leaders, he got the advantage of those fresh tires to gain track position.
That's huge, isn't it? It's hard to believe.
Black flag out for Matt Kenseth if he does not stop this time by. NASCAR will stop scoring the number 20.
And you want to push the limits of that because you're analyzing it as a team, but you're arguing it with NASCAR officials, but you also want to wait until maybe a caution comes out and you can serve the penalty under caution.
Now that is the black flag with the white cross. That means come to the pits, you are no longer being scored.
Here's the problem. He's probably like us. I don't know what improper fueling means.
NASCAR official talking to crew chief Jason Ratcliffe. Larry.
Well, let's take a look at the video. This is the same video that NASCAR was looking at. As you see, NASCAR continued talking to Jason Ratcliffe. Okay, you're going to see the fueler here. Go over with the fuel can, and let's see what there's the fueler right there. All right, he's going to engage the fuel can. So far, everything looks pretty clear right there. That's the first can going in. All right, he hands a second, gets a second can. I mean, so far I have not seen anything. Okay, here's what he did. The fueler, anytime the can is engaged, he cannot do anything else. And what he did, he didn't make the wedge or track bar adjustment, but he actually set the tool on the deck lid right there. You can see it right there. He actually set it on the deck lid, and you cannot do anything else when that fuel can is engaged. And you can see him right there. He actually picked it back up. So that's a very borderline, but it says you can't do anything with that fuel can engaged.
It's a rule for safety. The fueler is in charge of fueling only. That's all he can do. Jamie.
And Jason Ratcliffe, you saw the crew chief arguing with NASCAR, saying, no, we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop. He finally just told his driver, Matt Kenseth, who is paying that penalty now coming down pit road, told him they have the penalty. A lot of frustration down here, but we saw the video there, and Larry, you're right.
He's going to lose a lap serving the penalty, and he is going to lose another lap because he ignored the black flag with the white cross. And so for that next lap, his car was not scored.
Yeah, I've never known arguing with them during the race to pay off.
Martin Truex Jr., your leader, over Johnson, Harvick, Kurt Busch, and Joey Logano, your top 5. $130 green flag laps into the folds of honor. QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola. Martin Truex Jr., your leader by 1.5 seconds over Kevin Harvick. Jimmy Johnson 0.2 back, and Kurt Busch another 0.6 back. Joey Logano rounds out the top 5, 5.6 seconds off the lead. Here's the second place battle.
And, you know, I think that this very well could be the two that I know Martin Truex Jr. is up there leading. He's having a great race, a great year, coming off of a great year. But these two right here, Jimmy Johnson won this race last year. Kevin Harvick was his biggest threat. I look for these two to really battle it out for this win today.
I do too, but this guy right here, Martin Truex Jr., excuse me, and Cole Pern, they've got now exactly what they needed. They were a single car team with help from Childress, but now they're on a winning, they're a part of a winning operation, Joe Gibbs Racing. I think that's exactly what they needed to take it to the level you see here today.
Vince?
Well, it's been an eventful day. They just used a little bit of strategy to get the track position and get the lead. Came in and pitted a couple of laps before the others. But right now they're concerned that maybe there's some debris on the grill of the 78. They've had the binoculars out trying to take a look at it. The crew is up around pit road on the pit wall, keeping an eye on it as well. They're really keeping a close eye on the gauges and the temperatures inside. Don't really see much debris on the grill, but it certainly got the attention of the 78 team and crew chief Cole Pern.
Yeah, the biggest concern for him right now is that 4 car who is stalking him and closing in fast.
Remember, these tires are wearing, and when the tires wear, you get a lot of rubber on the racetrack. That'll get in that radiator screen, and that'll cause your heat to go, temperatures to go up.
We're going to go back to the Matt Kenseth stop. Larry has a better view to show us.
Yeah, the whole key to this rule is that the fuel can is engaged. Now you see right there, it is engaged. So he's fueling the car. Now watch, he's going to lay the wrench on the deck lid. Now, if he'd have laid that wrench on the deck lid before he engaged the fuel can, it would have been no harm, no foul. But because that fuel can was engaged, you cannot do any other function.
Well, I know why they're arguing with them now, because that would have been me doing the same thing.
And for the lead.
We've seen Kevin Harvick do this. I talked about it earlier. He gets on that yellow line and holds that car on that yellow line longer than anybody, and it just gives him this straight shot and blast up off the corner to get inside Martin Truex Jr. and take the lead.
Whoa, he got blocked right here, though. It's Truex going to look to the outside. Don't know if he's going to have enough room to get by or not, but here he comes back up on the bumper of the 4 car.
I think that's Greg Biffle to the outside. Was running right in the middle of the racetrack, as certainly he's entitled to do. And now Jason Ratcliffe argued the call with the NASCAR inspector, said he didn't see the black flag at the time. Here's the team communication.
I'm going to blow a gasket if we were black flag for 5 laps and nobody knew enough to tell me to pit.
Well, we didn't tell you to pit because we were arguing the case.
Fine, Jason, but when you get the black and white flag, they don't score you anymore until you come down pit road. Being on the tail of the lead lap better than being 2 laps down.
Man, I can't see the black and white flag when I'm down behind the pit box arguing the case.
Well, that happens sometimes.
And I love that Matt Kenseth, he knows the rules, and he's absolutely right. You know, Jason took his headset off to argue that point, and he wasn't really involved in the communication about what NASCAR was about to do and putting the black flag out. And Matt Kenseth knew it, that they were making a mistake and could cost him way more than just a shot to win today.
Well, now they did make a change up on the roof. Curtis Markham is the sponsor. It was Lauren Ranier last week. That was a scheduled change. And Markham, a veteran of the Busch Series, he's run a couple of Cup races. So not a rookie spotter by any means.
Well, in that case, he needed to be the crew chief as well as the spotter.
Jamie.
And that radio communication went back and forth for even longer than we heard there. Very frustrated, and understandably. He had one of the best cars for the first 115 laps of this race. Now he's 2 laps down, and he may have a bigger problem, saying the right front has an issue. They're ready, just in case he brings it down, to change 4 tires.
Yeah, just keeps compounding here with the pit problem, and now something wrong with the tire on the car. These guys are in big trouble.
Insult to injury.
Oh, man.
We saw how the Daytona 500 ended for Matt Kenseth, and then we see him having such a spectacular day here today. And boy, wouldn't that have been a great story to see him rebound from that finish he had last week.
And yet that last lap, Matt Kenseth was the 2nd fastest car on the racetrack.
Well, if we ever had a caution flag, or if there's some lucky dogs or something, he might be able to get those 2 laps back. It's a long way to go yet.
Longest green flag run in the last 135 Sprint Cup races. Kevin Harvick, your leader. That is Coach Joe Gibbs. He's talking it over with his team, trying to figure out what happened and why, so he can lobby their case with the NASCAR officials who are on the ground along pit road. They can relay information to and from the control tower. But Matt Kenseth is 2 laps down.
A lot of failure to communicate there, not only with the gas man and the wrench, but then not telling Matt the situation. They lose 2 laps. Just a lot of things went wrong in a hurry.
145 laps complete. Kyle Busch is the biggest mover in this race. He started last because his pole-winning qualifying time was disallowed due to a technical infraction. He has gained 28 spots. For a limited time, switch to Sprint. Save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Sprint, better for less. Caution free at 146 laps. And Kevin Harvick 4 seconds up on Martin Truex right now. There is a look at Kyle, who's worked his way through the field to 11th spot, 18 seconds off the lead.
I mean, he's driving a really solid race here, but I think we're all a little bit surprised. As fast as his race car is, as fast as his teammates had been, we thought he'd be right up there in the fray, right in the mix of leading this lap, this race, and battling for the win. This race has a long way to go. It's anywhere from over, but not moving up as fast as I thought he would.
But I love the old school paint job, the 75th anniversary paint job. I like that. Cool.
Longest green flag run at Atlanta. We talked about Neil Bonnet winning in November '79, and that was from the first opening green flag. But all time in March 1990, mid-race, we went over 300 laps here without a caution flag.
And there's racing happening all over. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of passing. I'm seeing a lot of side-by-side racing. We're seeing cars up at the top, in the middle, and the bottom. We're seeing tire wear and conservation being a real factor. These drivers they're driving the heck out of these cars.
You saw Ryan Newman stop. He's a contender. That may bring everybody back to pit road. Here's Kyle Busch making a stop at lap 148. Matt?
Mike, Kyle Busch told his team that the car much worse this run, very similar to how it was the very first run of the day. So they were looking at making an air pressure change on that 18. Adam Stevens making the call to try to help the balance, Vince.
Martin Truex coming in for his pit stop. They pitted on lap 41, then 38 laps later pitted, 34 laps pitted, now 36. It's a strategy that they want to use, so certainly be a little conservative during this mid portion of the race. 4 tires for Truex. Also the 19 of Carl Edwards is in. Edwards says it was on the splitter a little bit too much, a little too snug for the 19. Matt?
Meanwhile, the 2 out of the Team Penske stable, Brad Keselowski, he's looking for an intermediate track win. Remember, he won race 5 last year at Fontana, but his issue just sliding the nose on that blue and number orange. Number 2, Jamie.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88, still just a little bit loose, but not bad. Looked like a crewman slipped there as he made his way around the left side. The Jackman fell. 4 tire stop, Matt.
Easy in by Kurt Busch with the 41. He said this run the car was much more sideways. Air pressure change on the 41. He said he wasn't quite sure what was going on in the right front. Much different this run.
Look at what happened to Joey Logano when he pitted his Ford from 7th place. Watch that yellow and red car coming into your screen.
He tries to come around Casey
Mears.
Mears.
He takes the orange cone for a ride.
He's lucky. That grass could have really ripped off the splitter. We saw that happen in Daytona.
Now he's got dirt and debris on his tires. The car won't stop. He slides into his Jackman.
Woo! Yeah, on the commitment cone, that will be a pass-through penalty. That's a commitment cone violation when you hit that cone.
The orange cone appreciates that.
Logano's been top 10 all day. This will put him at least a lap down. Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex, Jimmy Johnson.
I just think it's pretty amazing, guys, that this 78 car is doing what he's doing. They changed manufacturers. They go to Toyota, and they had a great run at Daytona, a team player down there with the Gibbs guys. And today, he's got a fast car under him again today.
Kyle Larson also has a commitment line violation. He'll be doing a pass-through penalty.
Now I'm really curious to watch here. Kevin Harvick, every time he comes off pit road with fresh tires, he just doesn't have the short run speed, or he's just being super conservative on the tires, just doesn't want to use them up. We've seen Martin Truex Jr. have great short run speed. And so I'm really anxious to see if he runs Harvick down and passes him here.
Vince, how about the tires that just came off Martin Truex's car?
Yeah, they showing some cords on that left inside, that left rear, and the inside rim of that tire, definitely. And that's what we saw from the first run of Truex as well. We didn't see it on the second and third run, but we certainly saw it on that last run. Truex, by the way, says, Jeff, that the takeoff is better in that 78 now.
Yeah, the left side tire is a good bit softer than what we've run here in the past. But I think when you watch Kevin Harvick, I think, Jeff, what he does, he doesn't want to hurt those tires on the initial run. He wants to build the pressures up in them and let the tires come to him, and then let the 78 see where he falls.
Chevrolet versus Toyota. Harvick, Truex.
You just go right ahead, young man.
Yeah, you go burn up your tires.
Yeah,
I'll
ahead.
save mine,
I'll
right?
see in about 10 or 15 laps.
A lot of issues on this round of green flag pit stops.
Wow.
155 laps complete, all under the green flag.
Holds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places.
160 laps complete. We're almost to halfway. Here's your Toyota top performers. Martin Truex leading. Carl Edwards in fourth, 9 seconds back. Kyle Busch in seventh, 15 seconds off the lead. Remember, he started last in this field. We've been green from the start of this race, which has to be physically demanding, being that this is only the second race of the year, and they've been out there nearly 2 hours.
Oh, it absolutely is. Not only is it a little warmer today, it's their first time on a 1.5-mile track all year long. They've only had the off season, to really get themselves prepared physically. But when you go into that first long race, and this is a demanding racetrack, you can see the drivers really working the steering wheel, working the throttle. There's no doubt that that fatigue will play a factor mentally throughout this race.
Oh, it's definitely a grind. Right now, you're just grinding it out, man.
And if you don't believe that, give a listen to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Harsh on the right rear. Makes it hard to get to the apron and stay there. Way looser. Oh, we're about this set of tires.
And Junior talking about the new set of tires there. He's thinking for the next stop, he wants a wedge adjustment to help it. But all the drivers sounding a little more tired at this point in the race already, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. That's our nationwide Dale Jr. performance update. Currently 6th after starting 16th.
And Mike, just think, Dale Jr. is talking to Greg Ives, his crew chief, while he's riding around this racetrack, driving around this racetrack 180 miles an hour. That takes a lot of focus.
And you could tell he was wanting to get a lot in a hurry on the straightaway. And you could sense his frustration. He wasn't real happy with the car. He said harsh. We've heard him say that a few times this weekend. And that just means the rigidness of the ride, how it goes over the bumps, how it absorbs the bumps, and how it's making it a little more challenging for him to hit his marks.
Harsh is usually, to me, air pressure. Like the car has a really bumpy, hard ride if it's got, like air pressure buildup.
You're right.
Kevin Harvick back to the lead and driving away from Martin Truex.
He times that out about right. He'll let them run out front somebody 15 laps, and then he'll chase them back down and pass them. That's the long run car he has under him today.
Top rookie of the race right now, Chase Elliott. 9th place, Matt.
Mike, tight and consistent. That's been Chase's racing. When I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, this morning, he said, Daytona, that's its own animal. This is the first day of school. This is when we learn as a team. The importance of driver, crew chief, and team working together, getting the chemistry down, getting the dialect down. In fact, Alan Gustafson spent about an hour and a half with Chase Elliott's championship-winning crew chief in Xfinity, Greg Ives, just about the trends and what to expect from Chase and what he likes and doesn't like. And also, Mike, the importance and significance when he says tight is how tight that really is.
Ryan Blaney just 4 spots back of Elliott, but about to go a lap down. Brian Scott there in the 44, 29th.
Yeah, Brian's really been struggling lately. You can see him kind of slowing down, getting on the inside lane. We saw him brush the wall just a few laps ago. So curious to see if that's caused some damage that's really had an impact on his performance of his car.
It was a wee bit more than a brush. He got up there pretty hard. I almost thought we were going to get our first caution when he hit the wall.
Chris Buescher running in 30th place. He's 3 laps down, another of our rookies. Who are you going to be watching the second half of the race? We'll give you a few tips when we come back with our Fox NASCAR mid-race report.
Time now for the Fox NASCAR just past halfway report from Atlanta Motor Speedway. The top 5. Glad you're watching the Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola. This track, the third oldest surface on the circuit, providing 3 wide, door-to-door green flag racing. We've yet to have a caution in this race. Pole sitter Kurt Busch has led 3 times for 62 laps. Also has turned the fastest lap of the day. Matt Kenseth led the second most laps, had a penalty for improper fueling. That put him 2 laps down. Daytona 500 winner Denny Hamlin made it into the top 5 early, but he's been battling to hang in the top 20 most of the day. Let's check in with Jeff Gordon. Jeff, what's caught your eye?
Well, Chris, we see Kevin Harvick leading this race. Now, you would think that would be something that we should just talk about, knowing that he's going to go on and win this race. He's won a lot of races here in Atlanta. Not the case. He's not won here since 2001, the first time he won in Atlanta, yet he has dominated this race many times. Look to him to finally get another win here at Atlanta 15 years later.
Jeff, Kyle Busch has went from 39th to 7th with the help of no caution. Now, the strategy Adam Stevens, his crew chief, had was being one of the last cars to come to pit road under green flag stops. Last time, one of the first cars. It's going to take that strategy to try to make up this ground.
Carl Edwards runs 4th right now. We talked to him before the race on the parade lap. He sounded like a kid going to the first day of school. He couldn't wait to get out there and get with it. He likes to slip and slide. He's also in great physical condition. This is a tough race. Look for tough Carl to come around at the end.
Listen, I love what Cole Pern has done with Martin Truex Jr. They switched manufacturers. They went to Toyota. They go to Daytona. They almost won the Daytona 500. That 78 car is going to victory circle today, I guarantee it.
Oh, but DW lurking back in 3rd is 6-time champ Jimmy Johnson. Impressive recovery from that loose wheel. Says the car not quite as tight this run as it was the previous. He's chasing his 5th Atlanta win.
Don't forget about Kurt Busch. He started this race from the pole. He has the fastest lap of the race. He's previously won in Atlanta 3 times. He's won here in a Ford. He's won here in a Dodge. He's trying to complete the trifecta today in his Chevrolet.
Thanks, Mike. Guys, Brad Keselowski, the only driver in the top 10 in all 11 mile-and-a-half races last year, currently running 11th. That's where he's been the first half of this race. Remember last year, 2 major crashes in the second half, and 5 times we've seen the Atlanta race settled on the final lap.
Kevin Harvick, your leader by 3 seconds over Martin Truex, but green flag pit stops have begun once again. Vince?
There's the 19 of Carl Edwards, been running around the top 5 throughout the course of the day. Said he's getting tight on max load. In fact, asked at one point because of a vibration whether he had a loose wheel. They told him he did not. It's a 4-tire change for Carl Edwards. The 78 of Martin Truex is coming as well. They've asked Truex to shallow up his entry to turn 3 because they believe that's what's putting the most strain on that left rear tire, which is showing the most wear. Martin said that's interesting because I'm feeling the worst on entry to turn 3 when the tires go away. Jamie?
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. was waiting for this adjustment. They talked about a wedge. They'll fill him up with fuel and a 4-tire stop. Meanwhile, the leader, Kevin Harvick, making his way down. He just said about 3 laps ago he just wants it to turn a little bit better, but he's been very quiet. 4 tires, Matt.
And the pole sitter, Kurt Busch, is in. He said that run struggling with grip much more on exit than in the run previous. The changes, though, they made on that previous stop certainly did help. Meanwhile, the 2 of Brad Keselowski still sliding the nose, especially hindered down in turns 3 and 4. Just no grip whatsoever.
Jimmy Johnson picks up the lead from Kyle Busch. Joey Logano, Eric Almirola, everybody else on the lead lap has stopped.
We had talked about what the driver could do in the car, his toolbox. We know about the track bar, but the rear brakes, I see a lot of guys really struggling getting on pit road, and it looks like they got a lot of rear brake in the car.
This is one of the toughest tracks to get from the racetrack and come off that banking down onto that flat and get to pit road without locking up tires. And you're absolutely right, DW. Brake bias is extremely important.
Jimmy Johnson comes in. Matt?
Chad Canals calling for a chassis adjustment to try to improve the balance of that 48. A little bit tighter on that run than on the previous for Jimmy Johnson. Left side's going on. Solid stop for the 6-time champ.
Kyle Busch is your race leader from last to first as we cycle through green flag pit stops. He and Joey Logano, the only lead lap drivers who have not stopped. And here's Kyle. And Logano looks like, is he coming this time? Nope. Going to stay out and lead a lap.
He'll probably come in a little slower this next time in.
Matt?
Really seen the 18 car take a bigger swing in balance, Mike, on this run than on the past 2 or 3 runs. In fact, Kyle said that he's lost all forward drive on exit with this 18 machine. Significant air pressure change by Adam Stevens.
I'm kind of questioning the strategy of leaving Joey Logano out there while everybody else is on fresh tires. Kevin Harvick is the new leader. He's already made his stop. So is Martin Truex. Logano 3rd.
Well, you know, now you're in, and Larry can address this maybe, now you're into a stage of the race where you start thinking about how many more stops do I have to make. And there's a point in here, I think, Larry, you'd agree, where fuel mileage becomes like, how do I get myself in that window?
Yeah, Darryl, where we're sitting right now with this set of green flag stops coming between 180 and 186, everyone would have to make 3 more stops from here to get to the end. That's if we stay caution free. So right now, I don't see anybody with a huge advantage. I know what Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens were trying to do. They're thinking any given moment a caution can come, but they gave up so much time by being the last driver to come to pit road right there.
Remember, Logano had that commitment cone violation, so he's out there hoping for a caution. Try to get back toward the lead lap as Jimmy Johnson passes Carl Edwards for 4th.
Well, we talk about how physically demanding this race is, and it is. This is a tough racetrack. It's all corners. There's no place to rest on this straightaway. The back straightaway is 1,800 feet long. That's all you got. Everywhere else you're turning. So these guys, they're going to start feeling the effects of running this race here pretty quick.
And one of the things that a caution does for you as a driver, it gives you an opportunity to drink a few more fluids. It gives you an opportunity. There's certain components inside the car, carbohydrates and things that they can put into their system. So without having that, it's definitely going to make this race even more physical for them.
Carl Edwards pulls aside here. Vince?
You know, this is the 3rd run in a row in which Carl has come on the radio and asked crew chief Dave Rogers whether the tire changers got all the lugs tight, because for the 3rd run in a row, he's got a heavy vibration. They've confirmed with him all 3 times that the tires were all on and all on securely. They let Dave Rogers know they've been good on their end, but Carl's still feeling that vibration for the 3rd run in a row.
pretty good chance it's not in the wheels or the tires if they continue to have that.
The other thing that we were talking about, you know, the other thing a caution does for you, gives you a chance to debrief, to clear your mind, to download all that information that you haven't really had time to share with the crew chief to try to make the car better. Just gives you kind of a time to unwind a little bit.
191 laps complete. That is since 1960 when they built this track, we've never gone this long from the start of a race without a caution flag. Matt.
Mike, another segment where Joey Logano in a hole due to the commitment cone violation. Joey said the car was neutral the first part of the run, and then slowly the balance started going away. Air pressure change on the 22.
.133 laps to go. Kevin Harvick leading Martin Truex by 2 seconds. Jimmy Johnson, Carl Edwards, Kurt Busch, the top 5.
Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Taste the feeling. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The last caution-free race in the Sprint Cup Series, Talladega, fall of 2002. We are caution-free so far today. The Sprint LTE Plus network delivers faster download speeds than other national carriers. Sprint, better for less. Only 2 races here have gone the entire first half without a yellow. We mentioned 1979, which Neil Bonnet won. That ended with 5 caution flags. In 1996, the first half was all green. 3 caution flags in the second half. Dale Earnhardt, the winner.
And Mike, we're averaging over 165 miles an hour. I mean, that's with pit stops and everything that's taking place, and we're still averaging 165 miles an hour around this little mile-and-a-half racetrack.
Martin Truex 3 seconds off of Kevin Harvick's lead. Jimmy Johnson is now 11 seconds back. after the most recent green flag pit stop. And another 4 seconds behind Johnson comes Carl Edwards.
I have a tire going down, Dave. You know, bud. I think got real tight. I'm okay, I think. It's the time of the race. The track starts to tighten up. I didn't get aggressive enough. Bear with me, bud. Bear with me. We're going to get you fixed up.
Edwards in 4th and Kurt Busch in 6th, closing on Edwards.
And that's just the buildup and the rubber buildup on the racetrack. The track changes.
And that's great work by a crew chief. Keep his driver calm. Don't let him make any rash decisions out there and come down pit road when it's unnecessary.
Now 4 seconds behind Kurt Busch comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 6th place.
Well, the only problem is it's hitting the ground in the front, and it's real violent trying to stay on the apron, trying to hook up. Hey, Tempo.
What I find interesting about that, we saw Dale Jr. go to the bottom and run right around the yellow line in turns 1 and 2. When this race started and they got the green flag, Dale Jr. was up against the wall, motoring forward, passing all kinds of cars. That just tells you how track conditions have changed, how the pace has changed. Everybody's having to adjust, not just to their cars, but how they drive.
And you would think, Jeff, that if the car is riding rough and is hitting a splitter, we know bottom of 1 and 2 is pretty rough. There's some pretty big bumps down there. You would think he'd want to avoid those and go up a little higher in 1 and 2, maybe 3 and 4 on the bottom, but not in 1 and 2.
Yeah, maybe even if he wanted to go in a little high and then cut down and get around those bumps.
Kyle Busch in 7th. He's about 3 seconds behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. And 1 second behind Kyle. With a handful of steering wheel comes Chase Elliott.
Chase is doing an excellent job. I think he's having a great day. I think this is going to give him a lot of confidence moving forward. This is a tough racetrack, tough conditions. You got to hold on to that wheel tight and work the wheel. We see him doing an excellent job. And you mentioned Kyle Busch. Tell you what, Kyle Busch is somebody, if the caution comes out, he is going to be a factor in this race.
Ricky Stenhouse 9th, about 3 seconds behind Chase Elliott, and Brad Keselowski
Remember,
rounds out the top 10.
In the Xfinity race, Mike, they don't run 500 miles. No. They run 250 miles most of the time, occasionally a 300 mile. So this is, for Chase Elliott, in some ways, this is new territory once you get into this part of the race.
And Brad Keselowski's going right along with his normal average. That guy knows how to get in the top 10 and finish in the top 10 here in Atlanta. As we see Ryan Newman in 11th place here. Another really solid run going by Ryan Newman. That team's been really strong all day long.
I think Paul Wolf is one of the reasons why Keselowski is always able to find that top 10. Paul is a smart guy, good crew chief, makes great calls.
That's a first right there. We just saw Kevin Harvick wiggle off of turn 2. We haven't seen that car sideways today.
You've just seen the 11 cars that are on the lead lap with 205 complete and 120 laps to go in Atlanta on Fox.
There's something we haven't seen all day. The caution flag. First caution. Lap 210 of 325. Nearly 2 hours of green flag racing with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. And time for a KFC race break as you see debris on the backstretch with Kevin Harvick leading Martin Truex Jr. Here's a quick recap. Kurt Busch started on the pole. Remember brother Kyle, his time was disallowed because of a technicality, and Kurt Busch led the first 39 laps of this race. Dale Earnhardt Jr. made up 11 positions in the first 10 laps. Has since had some adjustment issues. Kevin Harvick had an early tire problem, but overcame that to get into the lead where he is now and has led the most laps in this race at 65. Matt Kenseth was cruising. He went past Jimmy Johnson, but then a penalty for improper fueling put him 2 laps down.
Yeah, and his crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, he argued with the NASCAR officials while he left Kenseth on the track. That's a no-no. Once you see the black flag, you have to come to pit road. The team didn't do that. He lost an additional lap because of.
A couple of storylines. Martin Truex Jr., the heartbreak last moment loss at the Daytona 500, coming in second to Denny Hamlin last week. And Kevin Harvick, 24 Atlanta races since his first career win in Atlanta, his only Atlanta win, that dramatic victory against Jeff Gordon back in 2001. And we're getting ready to set up pit stops.
And a lot of drivers are taking a deep breath and finally explaining to their crew chiefs what they need, what all been going on inside of that car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. there, he particularly doesn't like the way his front end is bouncing. They can make adjustments for that now.
So now it's about catching Harvick on the bottom. That's where you want to be. That's where he loves to feed.
He just makes it happen down there, and everybody knows that. Everybody sees it, and everybody's looking for an adjustment that can perhaps get them down there with Harv.
Now, we know the Joe Gibbs pit crews have been excellent. Kurt Busch, his pit crew team has been outstanding as well, and here they come. So let's check in with Jamie Little.
And Kevin Harvick making his way down pit road. He's led 65 laps today. He said he was starting to get a little bit tight, but the last change was good, and the last change was just an air pressure adjustment. They'll do that again and take 4, Vince.
Martin Truex Jr., top right of the screen, says, snug me up a little bit. Cole Pern says, you're good. You're better than everybody behind you, but that 4 is just really good ahead of you. Carl Edwards, he says it's a full number tighter. They're going to try to help him out. Matt?
Jimmy Johnson says Kevin Harvick is impressive how he can get down to the line. Jimmy says he can't do it as well. He has to be a little more conservative to get to the line. His car not tight. He's just not as competitive. Chassis adjustments across the back to try to improve.
Kevin Harvick is going to win your Advance Auto Parts race off pit road. And look at Martin Truex dropping 4 spots.
Yeah, had a tough stop. I don't know what happened. A little slow on the left side. I couldn't tell what it was.
Big gain for Kyle Busch and a gain of 1 spot for Jimmy Johnson.
Let's take a look at this pit stop. They had a lot of trouble on the right front. You'll see the right rear tire changer is done well before the right front. See, he had trouble getting it out of the wheel well. That kind of slowed him down right there. And then there just were a lot of issues. Looked like maybe some lug nuts there. You can see how far behind he was the rear changer.
Yeah, Larry, you bring up a really good point. When you jack that right side up, a lot of times these teams will run a lot of rebound in those front shocks, and it'll hold that right front and sometimes the right rear up into the fender well, and you want that to drop just enough where that pit crew member can pull it straight out.
Yeah, I think they had trouble with both front tires. He had trouble on the right, and he went to the left, had a little trouble over there too, so just slow on the front.
Cold drink all around. It's the first break these drivers have had since the green flag wave 2 hours ago.
Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
214 laps complete, 111 to go. Aerial coverage today provided by Goodyear, superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. 111 laps left to race. In Atlanta, let's congratulate these pit crews on having the fastest 4 tire stops of the day so far.
No surprise there. A couple Gibbs cars, though, they've been extremely fast with pit stops the last several years. 11.178 on that 18. That's an impressive stop.
Yeah, and I like when it came at lap 211.
Now we're about to have our first restart of the day, and a couple things come into play here. First is the restart zone. It has been enlarged since last year. It's been lengthened. Once the control car, the race leader, gets to the first line, he has the option of starting the race. If he does not start by the time he gets to the second line, the flagman will restart the race. And as we saw in the opening green flag, the bottom lane here seems to have good grip. The top lane, not so much.
No, that outside lane seems to really struggle. We see as the cars roll into that box that the leader has the control of it, of when to go, as long as he does it in the box. And it's hard to anticipate that. And so that outside lane seems to want to get in the throttle a little bit too aggressively and start to spin the tires, and the whole outside lane typically goes backwards on that.
Now the 2 cars in front of race leader Kevin Harvick did not pit under this caution. They are out there to take the wave around. That is Regan Smith in the 7. Landon Castle in the 38. On 1 to go, they'll be able to come around and tag the back of the field and get back one of their laps, but they're on old tires.
Yeah, Jeff, let me just follow up a little on that restart. So, I mean, the outside always seems to struggle, like we said. Is there anything the driver can do to keep those tires from spinning like that? What can he do?
Well, you just have to use that throttle like there's an egg underneath it. You have to just be extremely careful. You have to try to carry a little bit of momentum. And I always liked when the front row would bring a little bit extra RPM to that box and just a little bit more speed. And when they did that, it seemed to get less tire spin.
So what is Jimmy's strategy for this restart, Matt?
Mike, they've doubled up. Chad Canals told Jimmy Johnson the outside lane all weekend has proven to be very difficult on the restart. So just do what you can do. The trends show the first 3 laps, Kevin Harvick is not as fast as others, but then his car really comes in. So who knows? We might be able to make up something here.
Yeah, late yesterday, John Hunter Nemechek, second-generation racer, was the leader, started on the inside, and that unsponsored Chevrolet won the Camping World Truck Series race here because the driver on the outside spun his tires.
Oh, big time. And John West Townley fell way back to 7th, 8th place because he just could not get going.
And there's a good chance that Jimmy could spin the tires, I think, to try to keep it to a minimum. If he could just stay close to Kevin Harvick. Kevin hasn't fought anybody in the short runs, a couple laps on new tires. I think there's a good chance not just Jimmy but others can get by Kevin here on this restart.
Now Austin Dillon got the free pass, so he's the 12th car on the lead lap. Right behind him is Joey Logano, who's in position for the free pass. We're in the restart zone, and Jimmy Johnson got a good start. He is all but even with Harvick.
When they get that far down, Mike, I mean, it's a shorter distance, obviously, when you're down on the inside there. So that gave Harvick a bit of an advantage once they got down the track a ways. But that was a good spot. That was a good restart for Jimmy Johnson.
Well, Kevin Harvick has a lot of decisions to make right here. He knows his car's not as good, or he doesn't like to push it as hard on these early runs, but he also knows that the laps are winding down. He's got Jimmy Johnson, Carl Edwards. These guys are strong on the short runs. Martin Truex Jr. Does he want to push it here and make sure he maintains that lead?
Jeff, the reason he's going to push it here, he don't want to get back in the traffic. He don't want to fall back 3 or 4 spots and then have to work his way around those guys. Remember, in the race, he's been letting 1 or 2 guys get by him. He can get by them pretty easy. You don't want to get back in traffic now.
Talk about traffic. 3 wide toward the back of this field. Everybody's scrambling.
Well, you know, I have an opinion about cautions. They generally breed cautions.
4 abreast. Boy, Casey Kane having a rough day. Right in the middle of that, 2 laps down on that number 5. We've had just the one caution today. I think now might be a good time to exercise that volume control. How about a NASCAR Fox Sunday? Crank it up. There's your battle for the free pass position. You're looking back from Joey Logano at Ryan Blaney. They are the first two cars one lap down. Up front, it's Harvick and Johnson. Truex to third ahead of Edwards. Then Kyle Busch, two Chevys, three Toyotas in the top five. We listened in on Carl Edwards.
It's a real delay on this track bar position. I think it's a delay on how fast it's moving or how fast the dash is reading it out. Not sure. It's still moving though. 5 or 6 seconds after I've released the button, it's still showing movement.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It seems to me like there is some delay in the motor and how it's moving. I would think that readout would be accurate as far as how it's moving. If it's still moving and then later stops.
You said that, Jeff, your experience has been that it doesn't work well in the turn. I wonder if you're just in the turn so much here that it's just slowing it down that much more.
Yeah, maybe it's filling load. Maybe he did it, coming off of turn 4 and it still felt load all the way down the front straightaway and it didn't release until the back straightaway. That could have been, but usually you just hold that button down and then it goes until you release it.
Kyle Busch up to 5th. Wish my stock portfolio looked like that. He had to start at the back, however, because what would have been his pole qualifying time was disallowed due to a mechanical infraction. The skew in the rear end of the car sent him to the back of the field.
Like that graph.
Top of 3-4, about brush the wall.
Did he say about?
Yeah, about brush the wall. Yeah.
Rarely do you tell your crew that you about brush the wall.
Yeah,
Usually, if I were going to cipher that, I think I brushed it slightly.
Quite honestly, I think that's useless information, but the driver likes to share stuff with his crew.
I always had to push that button and talk. I don't know why I had to always share that with the team.
While Kyle Busch started this race from the back, Kurt Busch started this one from the pole. He's still on the lead lap, currently 9th. Matt?
Mike, the most challenging section of the race for Kurt Busch. Now, right before that last stop, he told Tony Gibson, his crew chief, that he was too aggressive down on the bottom with the fresher pavement. He felt like he chewed up his left side tires, made the car swing even more to the free side. Make matters worse, they didn't have a bad stop. Nothing majorly went wrong. It was just slow. Lost 2 spots on the track, 2 spots in the pit, and the car's not any better.
Now, even though the drivers complained of no grip, and this is the second oldest surface on the circuit, I don't hear anybody asking to repave it.
No, but I thought you were
not.
You were talking about old. I thought you were talking about Tony Gibson. They call him old man, you know, so thought maybe talking about him. But we just had Martin Truex go by Jimmy Johnson down the back straightaway there to move into second place, and he's a little quicker on the scoring monitor here than the leader right now, Kevin Harvick. That's Truex.
Here's that pass. Truex restarted 6th.
Yeah, Truex been working the high line down in 1 and 2. He gets a big run down the back straightaway on Jimmy Johnson, goes to the inside, completes the pass. He's really making some great lap times right now.
31, about 1 back here, ran the top of 1 and 2.
He is less than a second behind Kevin Harvick for the lead.
And you know, this is not what I expected out of Kevin Harvick. He really has pushed hard on this restart to maintain that lead, keep that clean air out front. Is it going to backfire on him? Has he pushed too hard? And is he going to wear those tires out too much?
Jeff, he led this. I think he led 47% of the laps here in the last 2 races and didn't win either one of them. But right now, it's time to go. I mean, I think it's go time. And I think he knows he's got to go because he's got Truex behind him. He's got his teammate Jimmy Johnson. It's time to go.
32.5. Right front, unplugs it some.
Sound like Kurt Busch, not happy.
Yep. Kevin Harvick has led a lot of laps here, but hasn't won here since 2001. 94 laps to go. At least 2 more pit stops. What lies ahead in Atlanta for these Sprint Cup drivers?
Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola, is brought to you by McDonald's All-Day Breakfast, where you can have a good morning any time of day. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR.
89 laps to go in Atlanta. Here's a look at how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring in this race, led by Ryan Newman in 10th, Austin Dillon on the lead lap, and Joey Logano right now in the free pass position, 1 down. Denny Hamlin a couple further spots back. Danica Patrick 24th.
I think that little caution we had, that helped a few of these guys, Jeff, Mike. It seemed like some of the guys were able to make some really good adjustments on their car, particularly this cat right here in the orange car, the 2-car Brad Keselowski. He's running 4th right now, and that's the best he's been all day.
Now, Jimmy Johnson and Kyle Busch both ran their fastest lap of the race on the one and only restart we've had so far today. So those cars have improved.
Mike, just looking at the way this race is playing out, if I was Brad Keselowski or Kyle Busch or Dale Earnhardt Jr., you're going to have to pull something off, I think, to maybe beat Kevin Harvick or Martin Truex Jr. We went back racing with 108 laps to go. If you divide that into 3 runs, that's 36 laps a run. I think what I would do, that's when I would make those stops, which would be lap 253, 289, and even this thing out to the end to take full advantage of fresh tires.
Yeah, I like that, Larry. The way this race has been going, we haven't seen a lot of cautions. I think that's a great strategy to play out. It's going to be really hard to beat Kevin Harvick. Certainly, if you could throw Truex in that mix as well. Those two seem to have the dominant cars, pulling away a little bit from the rest of the field. But if you could get in a little bit early, get fresher tires, force them to force their hand, and maybe do it a couple of times.
There's about 5 cars up there, pretty equal in speed. You Harvick, Truex, Johnson, Keselowski, and even Chase Elliott. He's running pretty close to the same time as our leader is right now, Kevin Harvick. So there's 7 cars in the first 7 in those first 7 spots, all pretty equal right now.
Jeff, we don't often talk about fatigue anymore. Power steering in these cars, lots of comfort, but we will in a minute. First, Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus. We know they've won 6 championships. We also know they can be kind of like, well, gasoline in a match together.
So I feel like if I move up top, I can run a little faster, but I'm going to fall off harder. So you let me know what you'd like. Just get on that yellow line, man. You've been missing it quite a lot through 3 and 4. I think that'll maybe help you a little bit through there. 1 and 2, I can't really tell what's going on there. I wish I could get on it as early as the 4. I just can't ride the bumps.
It's such classic Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus. We've seen them go at it before, but at the end of the day, they know how to get the results they need.
And Jimmy is so calm about it. I mean, Earl Barber, his spotter will tell him how to drive. Chad will tell you. Everybody tells him how to drive. He's, yeah, I could try that, I guess.
All right, loose wheel for Joey Logano. Matt.
Loose wheel on the left rear, Mike, is what the call was on Joey Logano. They didn't want to take a chance. They knew cars would be short pitting in a few more laps, so they decided just to go ahead and pay the price now.
And typically how that works is you feel a vibration, and the first thing when you feel a vibration, you tell your team. The team goes to the pit crew. They said, did you get all those lug nuts tight? They'll go to a video, make sure they got them all. If they question that at all, they'll immediately bring them down and change that wheel.
And guys, what this will let him do is break it up into basically 41 lap runs. They'll make one more stop at about 41 laps should we go caution free.
Yeah, Larry, you were talking about your strategy, and I don't think this is far out of that box, what this happened to them. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Now, need it to go green, though.
Yeah, you got to have that.
This is not likely to bring the leaders to pit road because Logano was 1 lap down and he is now 2 laps down. So his having quick lap times now on fresh tires won't affect the leaders race.
No, not going to help him out a whole lot.
But it can help him dig out of that hole he's in.
That puts Greg Biffle in the free pass position. First car 1 lap down. Jamie?
When you look at Kevin Harvick's stats here, it's surprising he's only won 1 time. In the last 2 races, he led almost half of all the laps. So it was 15 years ago, the last time he won here. Well, it was 15 years ago. He married the love of his life, Delana Harvick. How special a victory would be today for the 2 of them. Vince?
Hey, you know, no matter what the rules package is, the cars have got to be right. And the good news for the 78 is all weekend long they've been rock solid. Crew Chief Cole Pearn had only to make small tweaks this morning, and only minor adjustments have been made during the pit stops. Martin Truex says it's just hard to get it right in 3 and 4. Cole says, don't sweat it. We're still really good. They're looking to pit here. Guys are on the wall, but they'd like to stretch it out maybe 7, 8, 9 more laps.
Well, you see Cole Perrin, you saw Rodney Childers, Kevin Harvick's crew chief. Both are former race car drivers on the pit box.
two of the best.
You know, it's interesting as they head here into turn one, we see Kevin Harvick on the bottom of the racetrack, but Martin Truex Jr. is working this high line. Look at the shade coming from the billboards there as the sun starting to set. He's really getting some great runs off that back onto the back straightaway off of turn two, and it may be because of that shade.
It could be, but the 78 had chased down the 4-car of Harvick there, but they passed Regan Smith in the 7, and Regan got in the 78's way, cost him a little bit of time. Got to try to close it back up.
First forward in the race is that orange one. It's Brad Keselowski in 4th place, Matt.
Quietly moved into the top 5, Mike, and he'll tell you that his crew chief Paul Wolf, a huge advantage to him that Paul used to run in the old NASCAR Busch North Series. He knows what it's like behind the wheel and can see the bigger picture. They have quietly worked on that race car, looser the previous run than it had been before, but he said the biggest issue, just a little too free on entry, but they are making gains.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. down to the inside of Kyle Busch. Let's take a nationwide inside ride with Jr.
Get excited, TJ. Careful. I'm proud here. Working hard. Yeah, I like it. It's a good ride. Still in the middle. Still in the middle there. Still in the middle. Still in the middle. Clear low. One outside. Outside the 2. Still looking out there. Outside the 2. Just the 18. Just the 18. Good move. Watch the 2 doesn't come to you in your mirror there. Outside. Bumper. Clear, clear, clear. Good job, buddy.
I tell you, TJ Majors, Dale Jr. spotter, I think may be one of the best spotters I've ever listened to.
Great communication between those two. A lot of trust as well. That was some great racing. A lot of dicing going on right there.
And TJ gives him such good information. I mean, it's stuff that you just need to know as a driver, and he gives it to him when he needs it.
Kurt Busch, the pole sitter on pit road, Matt.
The handle's gone away on the 41 Chevrolet. He says the right front is numb. That was the same complaint from the previous run. Chassis adjustment on the right side. Also going to make one on the left. Some big adjustments here to try to dial this car in. A little bit slow again on this stop. Vince.
Here comes the 19 of Carl Edwards. He's been hanging around the top 5 all day, but this last run, the car was the tightest it has been. Crew Chief Dave Rogers apologized, said we went too far. We're going to go back and give you some help. We'll see if there's relief. Matt?
Impressive day for young Chase Elliott, the 24 car. His run, the past one, a little tighter than it had been the previous runs. Alan Gustafson's slight chassis adjustment to improve the 24.
I tell you, I watched Chase Elliott in 24. He gets on the pit road better than he has all day long that time right there, Jamie.
And we saw the 88. The car has been good, a little loose. He's been adjusting that track bar from inside the car. A 4-tire stop here, Matt.
And the 48, Jimmy Johnson, is in, along with all the other contenders on this pit cycle. No chassis adjustments on the 48. Jamie.
Kevin Harvick has led 104 laps. He just now said that he needs a little rear grip, just a little bit loose, but the handling of this car has been spot on all day long. They're going to make a chassis adjustment wedge, it would be. There it is, in a 4-tire stop, Vince.
The 78 of Martin Truex had to squeeze between one car exiting and one car entering his pit box, but did so gracefully. It's going to be a 4-tire stop for the 78. He's a little too snug. Let's go to Matt.
And a great run by Adam Stevens and Kyle Busch, starting at the back, worked themselves into the top 5. He hit pit road in the 2nd position. Already work on the left side, just slight balance issues, needing a little more forward grip on that 18 machine. Meanwhile, the 43, they've had a quiet day. Eric Almirola has battled pretty much from the get-go. A very tight race car on the 43. Air pressure change to try to improve that. He's away.
Austin Dillon came from high up on turn number 4 to the pit road. He had picked up the lead by being the last of the lead lap drivers to make a pit stop. He'll bring his number 3 in for service this time. Denny Hamlin also has not yet stopped.
I was impressed. He made it to pit road. He was really wide there. He did a great job getting it slowed down and still making it to pit road.
Good thing nobody was right behind him, so he had a little room to play with.
Watch Martin Truex trying to get onto pit road for this round of green flag stops.
Got one car coming into his pit stop, one coming out.
47 pulling out.
16 of Greg Biffle.
Here we go.
Look like
4 tires.
In that situation, it's so easy to lose your pit stall. You need that spotter. It's crucial for that spotter to tell you where everything's at, because you lose your sign, then you still have to make it into the pit stall.
That looked like traffic on I-77 up there.
and look at that pit road, those big long black streaks from drag racing
that
they do here on the pit lane, and that certainly changes the surface for these drivers. Denny Hamlin back on the lead lap because he has yet to make a pit stop, but we've cycled back around to Kevin Harvick in the lead for Martin Truex by just a quarter of a second. Kevin Harvick passed Martin Truex on the inside. Truex dropped low underneath Harvick in the back straightaway to give him a taste of his own medicine here.
You can't run the bottom if I'm there.
That's right.
I love what Martin Truex Jr. is doing right now. He's racing Harvick extremely hard, and he's not going to give this win up if he can get a chance to get this thing. This is a huge race for him. He's run really well at this racetrack, not just today, but in the past, and he wants to serve notice to Kevin Harvick. We're here, and we're here to try to beat you.
I don't think they've had any tire issues all day long, so he knows his car is good. He knows his tires are good, and he goes hard, man. Here they go.
Harvick comes right back, again passing to the inside.
Now this is fun.
Watch Martin Truex Jr. get this big run off that banking on the high side.
Still clear. Here he comes, half back. See your bumper outside.
Now, the last time Kevin Harvick wasn't able to block that move, and Martin Truex Jr. went to the inside and got the bottom, the preferred line down through 3 and 4, and was able to complete the pass. That time, Harvick was waiting for it, made it go to the outside.
While they're up there racing each other, they're dragging Jimmy Johnson right into the picture. He's just right off the back bumper right now of the 78 car, closing fast.
Let's take a look at the Advanced Auto Parts pit performance. This is comparing that last green flag stop between Kevin Harvick and Martin Truex Jr. If you remember Martin Truex Jr. and his crew, they had issues on the stop before this one, but when I look at all the leaders, they were quicker than anybody with a pit stop. Driver time was the same, but that right there is the difference of the lead that Kevin Harvick lost during that set of green flag pit stops.
And Larry, Harvick had a 1.7 second lead before they both stopped on the same lap. Now Truex, you just heard him on the radio say the track bar adjuster no longer works.
Oh. Yeah, and what you do on new tires, you know, the car's going to balance and handling is going to be completely different. So you can use that track bar to allow your car to maybe tighten up on the shorter runs on new tires if that were the case, and then raise it up and free it up as the balance changes and goes to tight. So that can be a good adjustment from new tires to older tires.
But that tells me he must have been using it a lot. He burned the motor up in the track bar adjuster.
I think Jimmy Johnson's finally getting to that yellow line and following it a lot better than he was, because
what Chad told him was that Chad fixed it for him. Man, you're driving the track wrong. Get on down on that yellow line.
Vince?
Well, Martin Truex Jr. got a little bit of a handful right now. Remember, we told you they had been a little too snug, and they made an adjustment on this pit stop, and now Truex says it's just way too loose. Been a struggle for all these teams up and down pit road to find the sweet spot today. Seems right now that Cole Pern on the left, the crew chief, and Martin Truex Jr., your driver on the right, got a real free 78.
Yeah, and I always liked a tighter race car, especially here. When you have an abrasive track, the tires fall off, especially if you have to run up high, and his car's been so good up high, and one of the reasons might have been because it was tight. If you start to get loose, that high line starts to no longer be an option for you.
Yeah, you just want to, as a driver, it's particularly as hard as we've raced today and as long as we've gone under green, you don't want to have to be turning left, right, left, right. You want to turn it left, lean on the wheel, nice and smooth. That's when you're happy.
8 different leaders today. Harvick has now led 113 laps. He will go into the books as leading the most laps today. 3rd time he's done that in the last few races here, but without a victories thus far. Here are your lap leaders so far today. 8 different drivers have been out, the rest just for 1 lap. Those are the drivers that have led multiple laps. .58 laps to go and at least 1 more pit stop.
I think the last thing any of these drivers want to do is let Kevin Harvick get out there and get away from him and take control with his own pace that he can run. We've seen the 4-car of Kevin Harvick be extremely strong on the long runs and using up the tires less than the rest of the competitors. And right now we're seeing him create a little distance, but it's not easy. Wow, did you see him working the wheel inside that car? You could see here him get out of the throttle, turn to the right. He caught it and then back to the throttle and kept it going.
Cost him a little time too. Truex was able to close up quite a bit with that little miscue there.
And maybe
Boy, he's
Truex,
having more trouble.
Yeah, he is. Maybe Martin Truex Jr.'s car started up free, but might be starting to tighten up where he can start reeling them back in.
Well, let's have a look. Again, Truex has reported that the driver adjustment for the track bar, the pannard rod in the rear of the car, is no longer working. Truex on your right.
You can see right there he put his thumb on the steering wheel. I'm assuming that that's where his adjuster maybe is, and he was trying to get it to move, even though it might not be working. He's going to keep trying to move it. Maybe the digital readout is off and it's not working, and maybe the adjuster actually is working.
Yeah, they've separated themselves pretty equally. The 4 leading, the 78 is I don't know, 10, 20 car lengths back. Then the 48's about 10, 20 car lengths back as well.
4th place. Kyle Busch shot right up there. 8.5 seconds off the lead and closing. Kevin Harvick in front. 54 laps to go, but don't leave your TV set. You're not going to miss a minute. Kevin Harvick continues to lead with 49 laps to go. Jimmy Johnson in for a stop, Matt.
Scheduled stop for Jimmy Johnson. No chassis adjustments on the 48. Chad Knaus just a lap and a half ago said, pit next time by. Great stop by the 48 guys.
Yeah, what Chad Knaus did, the minute he got to the fuel window, he said pit. What did we talk about? This is the only way I think you're going to go up there and beat Kevin Harvick or Martin Truex Jr. Get outside of their box.
Yeah, you know, Larry, one thing I saw on the scoring monitor, though, Harvick has stepped it up. I think the track's cooling down. I think that the speeds are picking up a little bit, and Harvick has picked up the most by far. He's running 50s and 60s, 32. Everybody else still in the 33s. So he stepped it up a notch.
Harvick has doubled his lap. It was a second and a half. It's now 3.3 ahead of Martin Truex. Is everything okay with the 78?
And I'll tell you something else, Mike, and Jeff knows this. You've been driving hard this whole race, no cautions. This is when fatigue, I don't mean you're worn out and falling out of the seat. That's pretty hard to do these days. But those old arms are getting tired.
Vince can clear up what we just heard from the 78.
Yeah, that's for sure. In fact, at one point today, said we might have some debris or some oil out there. And Martin said it feels like we've been on oil all day long. That's kind of the edginess that they have felt. And you can hear it in their voices as they communicate with the spotter, with the crew chief. You hear it in the drivers' voices. These guys are on edge every single moment. You hear the nervousness as the tire run continues to wear. And these guys are feeling it. I think when they get out of the car today, guys, they're going to know they did something.
And guys, you talked about it, Darrell. Physically, maybe it is challenging, but you wouldn't fall out of the seat. But mentally, you can lose your mind. This car's been slipping and sliding all day long. You've had the lead right there where you can just feel it, taste it, but you can't quite get to Harvick. All of a sudden, it starts to slipping and sliding, and you just lose your mind. This is the time when the driver really has to focus.
You know another gauge, Mike? Your voice goes up. It changes. I don't know what it is, but you get tired, you get excited, and your voice kind of changes an octave.
Yeah, everybody gets really anxious as you get into the closing laps of these races.
And if you're Martin Truex, you're trying to avenge the narrowest of losses. Last week in the Daytona 500, 8 feet from the finish line, that car on the inside, Truex is the winner. But as they came to the line, Denny Hamlin side drafted off Truex and won the biggest race of the year.
He could taste it then. He could taste it at moments here today, and he doesn't want to get that, let that moment slip away. One interesting thing, Jimmy Johnson, here's the risk on coming in early for the 48. They went a lap down. They're a lap down right now to Kevin Harvick, the leader. And so, you know, this will all play out in their hands once these leaders come into pit. But right now, they are in jeopardy of being a lap down if the caution were to come out.
And here they begin to come. Carl Edwards is in. Kurt Busch is in. Vince?
Carl Edwards said he's had a lot of smoke in the car over the course of the last 50 laps. Not quite sure what happened. Maybe some debris has gotten stuck somewhere. It's a chassis adjustment. It's going to be a 4-tire change for Carl Edwards. Matt?
What a battle of two halves for Kurt Busch. The first half of the race, the car was really good. The second half, the handling just going away slowly and slowly. This past run, he said the car just took another swing to the tight side. Meanwhile, the two, Brad Keselowski, he's making his way down pit road. A great recovery for them. Not great in qualifying, but they have slowly migrated themselves to the front. Loose on entry was his biggest complaint, and his teammate, who's not had a great day, Joey Logano, he's on pit road as well. Balance gone for the 22. Chassis adjustment completed on the 2, and here comes the 22 into his stall. Vince?
Here comes the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Truex has led 28 laps today, but right now doesn't have a car that's going to be able to get to the front unless they tighten him up. He said it's been way too loose. Cole Pern will try to make an adjustment here and fix it. Jamie?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has had just a solid day. They've made some minor adjustments throughout, but it has been good. He said it took off better that time, but still a little too loose. Meanwhile, the leader, Kevin Harvick, he's had the best car. Very minimal changes for him as well, but he said this time he was too loose on exit, about a 2 on a scale 1 to 10. It's a 4-tire stop, Matt.
And rookie Chase Elliott in the 24 car, a great day he has had, running top 10 most of the day. He said he was on the splitter early in this run. That was his only real complaint. Meanwhile, the 18 of Kyle Busch comes to a stop, goes a little deeper into his box. 13-year veteran TJ Ford on the jack, replacing the retiring Jeff Fender. Great stop so far. He needed to have this 18 car much more free this run.
Now, during that green flag exchange of stops, Jimmy Johnson picked up the lead because he was the first to pit 9 laps before Kevin Harvick did.
And this is the exact flip-flop of what I was talking about. That was a huge risk for them to come in and be the first one and possibly go a lap down if the caution comes out. But boy, if the caution doesn't come out, this can pay big, and it has. The 48's going to have a big lead right here.
Well, Larry kind of broke it down. I thought the way he analyzed, these guys have got to do something if they're going to beat that 4 car. But I think really what changed it for Jimmy Johnson was that driving school that they put him in, when they told him how to get down in the corner and get down on that yellow line. I think that changed everything.
It didn't hurt that they had a great stop. I don't think the 4 had a very good stop.
Ryan Newman's had a great day. He's been lead lap, top 10 all day. Crew over the wall too soon on Ryan Newman. And here's the stop for Kevin Harvick.
I mean, you can see right there, that's almost 4 seconds difference on the actual pit stop right there. So that is huge.
Couldn't get that tire out. We've seen that a number of times on these cars.
So if you want to look at this whole picture, when Jimmy Johnson, the 48 team, came in, they got fresh tires. They're out there going 2.5 seconds a lap faster on new tires versus Kevin Harvick and the 78 on older tires, closing up that gap every single lap. Now, once they get back out there, he's got a 13-second lead.
Now 37 laps to go. How long before tire wear equalizes and Harvick has a chance to make some inroads into that big lead of Johnson?
Yeah, well, that 3 seconds is going to swing the other way eventually. The question is about timing. How much time is left, and can he get there? And now who's not hoping? Who doesn't want a caution flag?
Well, we're going to find out just how much speed Kevin Harvick's car has, because we saw some great lap times out of him in that last run. Even at the end of that run, he was putting some great lap times compared to earlier in the day. Now we're really going to see if he can just push it as hard as he can to try to catch the 48.
Matt?
Mike, while Chad Knaus continues to pump up his driver and tire management, it's almost like Groundhog Day down here on pit road. All the different teams trying to tell their driver, don't let this get to you. They short pitted us by 8 or 9 laps. The 48 will come back to us. Just worry about your tires and manage those.
Drivers running 1-2 just as they finished here last year. Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick.
I never liked how many seconds ahead or behind I was. I always liked the start-finish line. Tell me where Jimmy Johnson is when he crosses the start-finish line. That way I know exactly where I am, and I know how much distance I got to make up. So next time by, we'll see where Jimmy is, and we'll see where the 4 car is.
And I also, to follow that up, DW, I like them to tell me what his lap time is versus my lap time, and tell me how much I'm gaining on him every single lap.
There's Jimmy. Oh, no, there's Harvick. I mean, sorry. It's a long way, and that's a lot of ground to make up in about 35 laps.
But it's coming down. It was 13.5 seconds. Now it's 11.5.
It's going to come down. It's going to come down in a hurry. It's just whether or not it's going to come all the way down if this thing stays green. We've got, 35 laps to go.
Yeah, well, as Kenny Rogers would say, was he holding or is he folding? That's what we don't know.
Guys, if you do the math, if they maintain what's going on right now, Kevin Harvick's going to catch him with about 10 to 12 laps to go, the way it's going to work out.
That's great, Larry. That's sooner than I thought he would. Now that could level out as Kevin Harvick's tires get a little bit older. That could level out. Is Jimmy holding back at all? How hard is he running? How much is lap traffic going to play a factor in this? This is going to get interesting.
Well, I saw Harvick just before this last pit stop. He was running lap times about 4/10 quicker than anybody on the racetrack. Right now, he's 3/10 quicker than Johnson is. That's going to pay off pretty quick here.
But it also could use those tires up as he gets later into this run.
Yeah, I think any other guy would say you're right, but the way he drives his car, he doesn't abuse it getting in the corner. He gets in easy and then he accelerates hard off. I think his tires will be better than anybody's when the race is over with.
Watch this number come down as Kevin Harvick closes on Jimmy Johnson.
And I think the main thing is exactly what Rodney told him. Don't panic. We got this. But your car's better than his. You'll catch him. Just drive your regular car. Drive your regular race.
This is what I love about these teams. They're looking at every angle, every way that they can possibly win this race. You've got Kevin Harvick out there, Rodney Childers, talking about, well, we've got the fastest car, we've got the best car, we've got track position. Then you've got Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus, and the 48 team saying, well, we don't. We've got a good race car, a decent race car, but not the best race car. How can we gain that advantage?
10 seconds. That's the lead, and look at the difference in speeds on the last lap because Kevin Harvick's tires are that much fresher now than Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, every single lap, every time you get into the corner, every move you make, every line you choose is going to be crucial. Lap traffic, working your way through lap traffic. You want to minimize, if you're Jimmy Johnson, you want to minimize the amount of time you lose through lap traffic. If you're Kevin Harvick, you want to maximize. You want to make sure that you make every move as clean as possible.
That was a 32.23 on Johnson to a 31.8 on Harvick. Big difference.
Top of the day, we mentioned only 39 cars in this race. Guess what? They are all still running and within 20 laps of the leader as we work toward the finish with 29 laps to go. .24 laps to go in Atlanta, where our aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear. Superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Kevin Harvick may just run the table here. He's down to 7 seconds back of Jimmy Johnson. Have a look at the last lap time comparison, knocking half a second out of Johnson's lead 1 lap ago.
Yeah, but Kevin Harvick was catching traffic when he did that, so he was able to really have a nice lap and a clean lap. Then when he caught lap traffic on this particular last lap, he lost quite a bit of time. He probably lost 4 tenths, but he was only 2 tenths faster that time than Jimmy Johnson, where he's been 3 or 4 tenths faster.
7 seconds back with 23 to go.
Yeah, I really don't think he's going to catch him. And I tell you
No,
what.
I do. He's going to catch him. I don't know if he's going to pass him.
I think Jimmy Johnson was holding a little bit back. I know Kevin, but they're about to even out here.
Yeah, but I think, like you said earlier, DW, as they get further into this run, those tires are going to fall off more and more and more.
Yeah.
And I think Kevin's going to have a little bit more left.
I'll tell you one thing, Johnson's got a pretty nice lead right now, but if he can maintain much at all, he's moved up the racetrack down here in 3 and 4, looking for some more grip and trying to make a little bit better lap time. But here comes Johnson now off turn 4. He's at the line now. Kevin Harvick's coming off turn 4. He's at the line now, so he's made up a lot of ground.
How hard is it to run down a leader when you can't yet see him in front of you?
I mean, you have to really, and both of these guys are champions. You just have to hit your marks, make the best, cleanest laps you can, work your lap traffic, and if you've got the car like Kevin's had all day long, you know you're going to catch him. Now, that last particular lap, Jimmy Johnson was a little bit faster than Kevin Harvick, and again, I think it's just lap traffic, and there's a lot of cars in between them.
20 to go.
Well, I'm hesitant to mention trends today because trends that they've kind of went out the window. But if you look at the last 5 Atlanta spring races here, we've had a caution with 14 laps to go around lap 311, and twice we got into overtime conditions.
Oh, you wet blanket, you. I want to see if Jeff's right, if Harvick can catch him, if Darrell's right, if Jimmy can hold on.
I tell you, it's going to be a toss. It's going to be close either way.
Sorry, Larry. Now, it's been as low as 6 seconds. Johnson gained some back when Harvick was in traffic. It's 6.8 right now.
Yeah, I don't know. They ran even lap times that time. You know, Kevin Harvick late in these runs has really put some great lap times together. We've seen him do that when he was out front. I don't know if they made an adjustment, if lap traffic has maybe changed things for him, or if he's pushing it harder and you know, using those tires up a little bit more. But right now, Jimmy's running some nice, consistent lap times up top.
Here's what I know. You're Jimmy Johnson. You're a 6-time champion. You've won 76 races. You can do it.
Well, he's won 75. If he wins this one, it'll be 76.
Working on today.
And you know who has 76, right?
I do. Yeah, and you know too.
Absolutely.
I remember Phoenix.
Johnson 6.2 ahead of Harvick.
Let's see who's on this list.
I mean the all-time win list. Jimmy Johnson trying to tie Dale Earnhardt.
And I remember what a huge moment that was to tie Dale Earnhardt Sr. I did it in Phoenix, you know, several years ago. To me, he was my hero. I got to race with him for a championship. You know, I looked up to him, respected him. To get to 76, and I know Jimmy Johnson's thinking the same thing right now. If this thing goes green for 17 laps, if he can hold off Kevin Harvick, that would be a huge accomplishment for Jimmy Johnson to tie Dale Earnhardt Sr. at 76 wins.
Just remember, Kevin Harvick has led the most laps here 2 years in a row and not one. So can he pull it off today? I just don't see it. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, it got down to 6.1 and then it jumped back up to 6.3. If he wins it, he's got a chance to run the table, because next week we go to Las Vegas. Who won there last year? Harvick. We go from there to Phoenix. Who always wins Phoenix?
Yeah.
Harvick.
That's right.
Well, unfortunately, he saw this same picture a year ago where he dominated this race. And who got ahead of him in the closing laps of this race and won it? That guy right there, Jimmy Johnson.
All I know,
so he's tired of seeing that picture.
When that 48 gets out front at the end of the day like this, he's a hard man to chase down.
I'm going to hold my breath till we get past 14 laps to go.
Well, let's see, Mike. Here's Jimmy. Okay, let's check him out. Here's Jimmy at the line now. And here's Kevin at the line now. And I mean, he hadn't made much. He hadn't made any inroads into that.
Right now they're breaking even. He's just not closing it up.
So in the last 5 laps, Harvick has made no inroads on Johnson's lead, and there's only 14 to go.
And you can hear it's not from a lack of effort. No. Boy, he's really working the steering wheel, working the throttle. He's trying extremely hard to make up this gap.
He's gassing, fighting it. We're looking. He's working hard.
Whoa. Big handful of wheel there.
I bet you go inside Johnson's car, and guess what he's doing? The same thing.
We've not seen Kevin Harvick work this hard all day long. You saw inside the car what he was doing. Here's what it looks like from the outside. Hooks that yellow line. Here's the back of the car stepping out. That's a pretty big moment, and he's not moving forward to try to gain that time that he's lacking to Jimmie Johnson.
Yeah, he's
I don't know.
Literally has his hands full right now.
I'm curious if the track conditions have changed or if they made an adjustment. You can see him put his hand down there. I think that was to make a track bar adjustment. Maybe he's gotten the car a little bit too free on this run. He's trying to tighten it up.
I think what he'll say when the race is over with is that the car was too loose at the end of the day, because the lap times he's running now are nowhere near what he ran before we made this last stop.
Oh, right. Even his last lap that last time before they came into pit under green was a lot faster than this.
And look at that number. Johnson is beginning to pull away. Jamie.
Yeah, in the last run, that's exactly what Kevin Harvick said. He was too loose, so he was trying to adjust from the car on the track bar. And the last stop, they took a swing at it with wedge to try to help it, but it's just gotten looser as this race has gone on.
From lap 308, the last 5 laps, you can see how Johnson is beginning to pull away. Matt?
Earl Barban on the spotter stand trying to help Jimmy navigate through the lap cars. Meanwhile, Chad Knaus, like an air traffic controller, giving him the lap times, but also telling him that Jimmy and the 4 cars' lap times are very similar, almost mirroring each other. He's not gaining. Just continue to take care of his tires.
10 laps to go.
Better if he's got any tires left, I'd say you better use them now.
But this is why this team has won 6 championships. I mean, this is how they do it. They never give up. They know how to make the best pit stop the last one. They know how to keep themselves in position. They know pit strategy. They know how to make adjustments. And then Jimmy is an amazing driver that knows how to make the adjustments from inside the car to be at their best when it matters most to get the checkered flag.
Chad, you have to give Chad a lot of credit. That was the right time to pit. He got Jimmy on fresh tires. He got that lead. He got that advantage, and they've been able to hold on to it. Jimmy's doing a good job of just driving her home. 9 laps to go. Just remember,
Johnson's tires have 9 laps more wear than Harvick's.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He can't get too sideways here and abuse those tires. There is a potential that they could hurt a tire if he pushed it too hard throughout this run.
He's at the line now.
Hey again, Jimmy, I'm sorry.
The line now, so close a little, but not much.
Oh, I think he was asking for some spotter help to get one of these lap cars or one of the slower cars that he's about to lap out of his way.
It's Brad Keselowski who's trying to keep from going 1 lap down.
And you can't blame Brad, to not want to go 1 lap down. He's the leader. He's battling for his own positions out there. But when you're the leader, nothing more frustrating than that when you know you've got somebody that could possibly make that gap up because they have fresher tires.
What a turnaround for Hendrick Motorsports today. Last week in the Daytona 500, Casey Kane 13th was their highest finisher. Today they have Johnson leading. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. also in the top 5. Rookie Chase Elliott in 7th.
Guys, I can't say it enough. Jimmie Johnson, he's drove his guts out today. That 48 car has gotten better. But Chad Knaus at lap 276, the window open to make it to the end. He hit pit road 6 laps before anyone else and 9 laps before that 4 car. That's the difference right there.
You're absolutely right, Larry. And I was concerned when those other guys didn't pit. When Jimmy came, I could see a couple laps, but 6 laps, that's a lot of time lost on the racetrack. You can see, and Jimmy is driving his guts out, Larry. He is sliding that car around. Those tires are really old. These are probably about the oldest tires he's been on all day long.
Who would you say?
You're doing a great job. 5 to go this time, 5.
Oh, Chad's voice went up.
Who would you say is the most physically fit driver out there?
Oh, I think definitely between Jimmie Johnson and Carl Edwards, these two are really fit.
And, and it's in races like this when that conditioning really pays off. And we are on record pace here at this race today, 160.280 miles an hour if we can get home here without a caution.
Last week in Daytona Beach, in addition to racing over 700 miles, Jimmie Johnson bicycled 160 miles on his road bike, including a 60-mile charity run one morning. That was Thursday morning. He raced that night.
Mike, this is, if you're Jimmie Johnson and you're in the condition he's in, this is a race you long for. One that will wear your butt out, and you can wear the field out.
I will say this, Harvick has closed it up a little bit. He's down to 5 seconds behind. I know that's still a long ways, but that gap can go away in a hurry here with old tires. Jimmy's got to be careful not to abuse these tires any more than he already has.
Well, let's see where we are. Here's Jimmie at the line now, right here. And here's Kevin at the line there. So
yeah. Five seconds is a long way, isn't it?
He just hadn't made up much room.
Now, Mike, I know you called me some kind of blanket a while ago, but this will be the furthest anyone has run a set of tires what Jimmie Johnson's doing right here.
Thank you, Larry. Wet blanket it was.
Larry, I think you're my security blanket.
Trouble turn one. A car goes up in smoke. And with 3 laps to go. Well, that changes everything.
Now what are you going to do, crew chief?
Ooh, 4 tires.
It was Ryan Newman, who had a great day, served a penalty and got 1 lap down and was running in 12th place. Look at that left rear all torn up on Newman's car. And this will be just the 2nd caution flag of the day. Brad Keselowski will get the free pass. Way off in the distance, we'll see Newman coming into picture.
Yeah. I think what got him down in the grass and where he was the tire blew out, and that sailed him off into that in that grassy area down there. We had heard of some left side blistering, and the left side tires are pretty soft. And I guess, Larry, everybody gone further on tires than they had all day.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin went 50 earlier, but as far as the leaders, that was going to be as far as anybody.
So pit road right now is closed. And we'll ride along with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Ready to go? Come on.
I love that. Did you see what he did? He stood in the gas. When you see somebody having trouble and spinning to the inside, you would think brake, slow down. No, not a race car driver. You stand in the gas and try to get by it as fast as you can.
Here's what Kevin Harvick and his team had to say.
I'll put a little bit of air in the tires, trying to help you get going. Think you need fuel in it or not? Probably. I mean, if we're going to win the race, we're going to have no fuel. I think, don't you? At least some fuel. I don't know.
Well, and the reason that's a question is because NASCAR's new overtime rules no longer limit the number of green flag restarts to 3. It's until they get a clean restart around the backstretch.
Give me 4 tires and no fuel. And I tell you why. You put fuel, that's going to sink the back of the car down a little bit. I want to hold that little spoiler up as high as I can.
Yeah, the other reason, guys, it can slow the stop down. You can actually use an additional tire carrier if you don't have the fuel man. You still can use 6 men.
And then a whole nother factor in here is it's going to lighten the car up. The car is going to go through the corners faster because you don't have all that fuel.
Now, Larry Mack, you don't think anybody tried 2 tires here, do you?
If they are, I'm going to go down there and stop them.
My man.
Where do you want to restart? Outside in 2nd or inside in 3rd if you have a choice of how you come off pit road?
I don't want to be on that outside line.
I want to be on the inside lane.
I agree. Yeah.
We just haven't seen that work out good for anybody.
Well, folks, this will be the money stop. We are going to run to the conclusion here, 325 laps. We'll go into NASCAR's version of overtime. We'll describe that in a minute, but first, here's the most important pit stop of the day. Jamie.
It is. Remember, last pit stop, the Ford team had a slower stop, and it's all on the line right now. An air pressure adjustment in the tires to help Kevin Harvick, but he does want to keep it a little loose for the short run. They discussed putting just enough fuel in it to make it to the end, just enough to wait on the tires. Let's go to Vince.
Martin Truex Jr. was more than 10 seconds behind the leader. He knew he needed a caution if he had any chance to win it. He got the caution. Let's see if he ends up doing it when it goes good back green. Matt.
Jimmie Johnson needed a little bit of help in the center of the corner. Chad Knaus made a chassis adjustment. Solid stop by the 48. Clear exit out.
4 tire stops for all of the leaders. Kyle Busch is going to come out 3rd, jumping up 1 spot from where he came in.
I kind of like coming out 3rd. Might not be a bad spot on a restart.
He's in position to steal one. Here's the race off pit road.
Well, I kind of like being on the pole, but if I got to be, I'd rather be in third than to be on that outside.
Certainly a great position, obviously, for the 48, but this is not over. When you've got Kyle Busch behind you on a restart on the inside, that's going to be tricky. I promise you, Jimmy's going to be watching his mirror more than what he's watching out in front of him.
You know where that 18 is going to be. He's going to be right on your left quarter panel getting down into turn 1, and you better be sure you're clear when you get there.
So we've completed 325 laps. Here is NASCAR's new overtime rules for 2016. That line is on the back straightaway. It's not exactly across from the start-finish line, but it lines up with one of their scoring loops. NASCAR will wave the green flag at start-finish. If the leader makes it around to that line, conveniently under the flagpole on the backstretch, and we are still green, then that is the official restart attempt. Next flag would end the race. If the caution comes out before the leader gets to that line, we will line him back up and restart again, and if necessary, again and again until we get it right. But the controlling rule, as always, that has not changed is that once the leader takes the white flag, the next flag ends the race.
And Mike, I think this is going to be, I think this restart is going to be crazy. Mainly because of where Kyle Busch is. He's starting in the inside on the second row, and I think he's going to really shake things up getting down turn 1.
I know he's going to shake things up. That's Kyle Busch's way.
That's right.
I mean, he's been conservative and patient and doing things that we rarely see Kyle Busch do until he started being a champion. And here he is with a restart and an opportunity to win this race. He's gonna get everything out of it he can.
Well, do you feel lucky? If not today, how about next week when NASCAR goes west?
NASCAR's heading west to Las Vegas, where it takes high stakes and a little bit of luck to win in this town. Race day coverage begins next Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 a.m. Pacific on FS1, followed by the Fox NASCAR pre-race show at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox.
We're in overtime. In the Folds of Honor QuikTrip 500, sponsored by Coca-Cola. Overtime sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Well, we're on 1 to go here, guys. And I don't know how many wave arounds that was. About half the field looked like. Maybe I guess it's about 2/3 of the field.
That's a lot of lap down cars that did not stop.
Well, and they're just hoping that just in case there's a caution before we get to that line, the overtime line, they'll be able to come in and get tires then.
There's some audio from the number 4.
It changed a lot about how to drive the car because I don't have any brakes really. Just the pedal goes soft and I don't want to burn them up.
You know, all that what he said. Apparently, he was doing some trail braking. You know, and it sounds like he may have used his brakes up. But if you got whatever you got now, you got to put all that out of your mind. This is about a restart. Focus on this restart. This is where this race is going to be won.
But what I take out of that is he uses a lot of brake to run the lane that he runs and to drive the car the way he drives it. He's going to have to change that if he's going to win this race.
Plants the nose with those brakes.
The one driver who knows how good the outside's going to be on the restart is the one driver who started on the front row on the restart, Jimmy Johnson. He got a decent start in the one other restart that we've had today.
Yeah, but I think if he had his choice, he'd be on the inside right where he's at. But I tell you, somebody that has been really strong on the outside is Martin Truex Jr. over in the 4th position.
Yep. Here they come off turn number 4. Pace car pulls in. And here is your restart sponsored by Credit One Bank. We're in overtime. Green flag. Johnson jumps out.
There goes Kyle. Kyle looking. He's looking. Where's he going to go? Because I'll tell you, that 18 car, Kyle Busch is a whiz on restarts.
Johnson holds the bottom. Leaves the top side open. Comes up to cover the spot.
Who didn't get a good restart is that Kevin Harvick. He spun the tires when he went to 3rd gear.
Crash back straightaway. This will be the race.
The race is over.
Here they come. Around to the line, looking for the flag. 4 cars involved in the back. Johnson takes the white flag. Dale Jr., Kyle Busch. Caution is out. It's over in Atlanta.
Wow.
Per NASCAR's overtime rules, once Jimmy Johnson passed the overtime line on the backstretch, that was the official restart of overtime. The next flag would end the race. They did come to the line for the white flag under green. Caution out. David Reagan, Eric Almirola, and others involved.
And Kevin Harvick's got to be sick.
Yeah, he spun the tires. He got up to speed pretty good in second gear, but then when he went to go to third, you could see he spun the tires a little bit, or late in second gear. Then he got hit from behind by Mark Truex Jr. That even took less. It made him spin the tires even more. And then Carl Edwards came in there and took them all 3 wide.
See what happened
deep in the field on the back straightaway. Cars go spinning, including David Reagan, who ended up against the outside wall. That's Almirola smoking. On the left is Reagan. There's at least 4 cars involved.
Wow.
Another look in progress. There's Almirola, Reagan, Ryan Blaney, and the 4th car involved was Landon Castle.
About mid-pack there, a bunch of those wave-around cars.
What a wild finish.
That doesn't come as a real big surprise, does it?
And you know, those were a lot of cars that had not taken tires, so they're on older tires back there, battling for those positions with a lot less grip.
Yep.
Obviously knocked the oil cooler off of it, and that's oil that's come underneath the car and has caught on fire.
I've seen fire and I've seen rain at this place.
Jimmy Johnson will go to victory lane for the 76th time in his Sprint Cup career. Sunoco fueling victories.
I think he was trying to make a 3 down there, if I had to guess.
He ties Dale Earnhardt for career wins. His 5th win at Atlanta, leads all active drivers. And this becomes the 6th track on which driver number 48 has won at least 5 times.
And Mike, Jeff mentions that, and drivers have things like that on their mind. It's not like it's an afterthought.
Great pit stop there, fellas. We needed that one. Good job. Thank you.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. came up for second, 1.24 seconds back, and he beats Kyle Busch to the line by 6.5 hundredths of a second.
1-2 finish for Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, your buddy Chase came home 8th. Nice day.
Kevin Harvick came home 6th, and it's Jimmy Johnson who will head for victory lane.
One of the best drivers in the history of the sport, Jimmie Johnson, with a NASCAR overtime victory. And you see the hand signal tying the late, great Dale Earnhardt, 7th all-time in Sprint Cup wins with 76. Of course, Earnhardt in the 3-car. And a look at the accomplishments of the now 40-year-old from Southern California, Jimmie Johnson, in the Lowe's 48 Chevrolet, and Hendrick Motorsports with a successful run. Kevin Harvick, again, heartbreak for him. He's been passed for the final lead change more than a dozen times since joining Stewart-Haas Racing. And Jamie Little standing by with Kevin Harvick.
Well, Kevin Harvick led the most laps today, 131. It came down to the very end. And I heard you talk about a soft brake pedal. How long were you having issues there with your brakes?
We had issues about the last 3 runs. Had to start driving the car different and just required a little bit different handling. Then we had a slow pit stop there and got way behind, and the 48 was way out front, and I had to drive the car really hard and got the right rear burn up. So we just didn't execute today. But everybody under Jimmy John's Busch Chevrolet hung in there all day, and we'll keep at it.
Kevin, so much talk about the new lower downforce package coming in here. What's your takeaway as we move on to Las Vegas, another 1.5 miles?
Don't worry about how fast you are in practice. Make sure it drives good.
All right, we're going to a place he likes, the West Coast Swing next.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. And Jimmy, a lot like the way it started last year, gentlemen, 1.5 miles with Harvick and Jimmie Johnson. Let's rejoin Darrell, Jeff, and Mike.
Jimmie Johnson took a lap, saluting Dale Earnhardt with 3 fingers out the window. Let's have a look at the final restart.
Here they come into the restart box. Jimmy gets a pretty good start, trying not to spin those tires. Harvick got a great start as well, but as he started to increase the throttle in second gear, he started spinning the rear tires. Martin Truex Jr. gets in the back of him, then Carl Edwards gets into the left rear, and now you look up front here with Jimmie Johnson and Kyle Busch making a big run here down the back straightaway.
I think that shot he got from the 78, Kevin Hart got from the 78 is, watch this, watch. Right there.
And yeah, so you can hear him spin the tires late in second gear. Yeah,
right there. That's when he got hit by Carl.
Yeah. He's still loose.
Yeah.
Even 3/4 of the way around the corner, he's fighting it.
While he's fighting it all the way, Jimmie Johnson celebrates in victory lane. Matt Yoakum.
And Jimmie Johnson unbuckling and getting ready to climb out. A 5-time winner at Atlanta. A patented 48 win, a great stop on pit road, a great restart by you, but the gutsy call by Chad Knaus. That was the game winner.
Yeah, definitely a gutsy call and just such a great team effort. 4-car was awfully tough, and it was going to take some strategy to get by him. And when he told me to whip it as hard as I could there, I just felt like I was going to take too much life out of the tires, but it worked. I got rolling around the top and got it to work, got the slow Chevy to victory lane. So happy for Hendrick Motorsports and for everybody at Chevrolet.
So many magnificent milestones of your career, but today you reach another one. You tied Dale Earnhardt with 76 victories. What does that mean for you and for your career?
It is just, it's such an honor. And with the chaos at the end and the crash and wondering about overtime and how it worked these days, I kind of lost sight of that. And I remembered on my victory lap coming down and had to come by and throw a 3 out the window to pay respect to the man. So there's a huge void in my career that I never had a chance to race with him. But at least I was able to tie his record there, and my little one wants some fireworks.
It's a special one here in Atlanta. And fireworks are coming. Jamie?
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. brings it home second all day. You guys seem like you were pretty darn good, Junior. You were adjusted a little bit here and there. What's your overall impression of today?
I loved it. I know fans probably thought it was boring racing, man, but we were sliding around, driving the hell out of them cars. I had a blast. I had some good races there on the track with the 2, the 18, and a bunch of guys, man. It was so much fun. And I post pictures online all the time, these old pictures, and of the 80s and 90s, and people go, man, that's when racing was racing. That's when it was good. Well, that's what they saw today. So thank the nationwide guys and all the pit road guys. We had a great car, fun to drive, hard to drive, but man, I'm glad we didn't have a ton of restarts today, because sometimes those don't really show the true ability of the car. You get lucky on some restarts, and sometimes you don't, depending on the lane you're in. And a lot of times you can't make heads or tails of what to do. Just like at the end, we gained a few spots and got lucky, but you ain't always going to be lucky. I've been on the other end of it where you lose spots on them late restarts and you get so mad. But wasn't no debris cautions. Those were legit ones today.
I think Dale Jr. is a fan of the new lower downforce package.
Eric Almirola, David Reagan released from the Care Center with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers here at the Chase standings. Never too early to look at who has locked themselves in with Denny Hamlin last week, and now Jimmy Johnson securing a win here today.
Yeah, those guys can take a deep breath and relax a little bit and go out west and know that winning race is what it's all about, so they can get that better seed in the chase. I love our chase already. We got Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, a couple big stars. What a great race today.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson last year, you think, what was an off year, right, for the 6-time champ. He won 5 races. It's just in that chase, that elimination format, struggled a little bit today and certainly did a good job today.
Well, just think about what Jimmy had to do. Chad said you got old tires. Be the man on those. And then he got new tires. He said, now I need you to really be the man. What a versatile effort by Jimmy Johnson.
And even before the overtime, the short pit, Chad Knaus, old Sly and Slick, making that move, put him in position to win as Rick Hendricks over there talking to the Hendrick Motorsports drivers. Let's check in with Matt Yoakum, who's with the crew chief of the 48.
And we talk a lot about the team aspect at Hendrick Motorsports. They're all down here in Victory Lane. For a crew chief, that's the kind of call that you guys live for. Magnificent call to get your guy the track position, but how nerve-wracking, wondering if the 4 will reel you in.
It was exciting for sure. Obviously we were monitoring his lap times very closely. We knew that once we got about 20 laps into it, the lap times really actually leveled off pretty well. So I was kind of surprised those guys didn't come earlier than what they did. But man, Jimmy did a great job. He really whipped it as soon as we took the tires on and made up a lot of time on those guys. And we got about, I think we're about 11 seconds ahead of them when they actually finally pitted. And man, it just kind of hung on there. It was actually really good. It was Jimmy did a great job. The guys did a great job. Solid pit stops. It was a good day.
And you talk about the tires and how your man really did great tire management, but you're a racer. What does it mean to you to help him tie Dale Earnhardt with 76 wins?
Whew. That's amazing. I can't believe we've got 76 wins. That's man, I just tell you what, it's an amazing thing. We've got a bunch of new players again on the 48 this year. The staples that we've got, Ron Malik, myself, Jimmy, and Lowe's obviously is just it's a great combination. It's a lot of fun, and to be able to do that and match what that man has done is pretty impressive. Obviously, he's an icon in our sport and in a lot of respect. So I'm proud of Jimmy. That's just fantastic. He's a heck of a race car driver, as you all know.
Thank you, Chad. Chris?
All right, thank you, Matt. Jimmy Johnson, the all-time win leader on 1.5-mile tracks for Hendrick Motorsports. We'll have more. You're watching Fox NASCAR. There's Mr. H with the victory hug of his crew chief. We'll have more live from Atlanta in just a moment. Defending Sprint Cup champion Kyle Busch wound up third, led a couple of laps. He's standing by with our Vince Welch.
Kyle Busch ends up third. Spirited battle with Dale Earnhardt Jr. down to the line. Did you feel like you had a shot on that final restart from where you were?
I did, actually, and once I cleared the 4 getting into turn 1, I thought I had a really good shot of being able to overtake the 48. I tried running a little bit higher than him, see if I could get some momentum off of 2, and I never really got any. And we got down to 3, and I was like, well, the only opportunity I have is to try to go out of his wake and not follow him. And when I did that, man, it landed on the splitter and just plowed up the racetrack. So kind of crazy there how all that went down, but great day for us, this 18 M&M's Camry. M&M's 75th year, proud to have them on board with us and celebrating their 75th year. A lot of fun all the years we've had with them. So, Adam Stevens and the guys did a great job. I mean, what else can I say? We fought hard. We battled back from being in the tail end and got a good point stay out of it. So, we'll go on next week, go to Vegas, and see if we can't score a win in our hometown.
How do you grade the low downforce package today?
It was fun. I was just talking to Junior there about how much fun we had there towards about the 2/3 mark of the race, where it was him, myself, and Brad, and we were just dicing all around, back and forth all over the place. So hopefully you guys caught some good stuff of that on TV and had a good battle with him. So all in all, I'd say it's hard to drive. It's what all of us drivers have asked for. Center of the corner speeds definitely fall off, taper off, get a lot slower as the run goes, and that's all you can ask for, So makes it more about driver and crew chief and the setup and what you're driving. So this Toyota Camry was fast enough, I think, to finish second, but I don't know. We'll see.
I think they gave you third, but it was a good run just the same. Kyle Busch.
Chevy's 3 of the top 4 spots. Jimmy Johnson led 4 different times on the final 70 laps, including overtime. You see Carl Edwards, whose first career win came in Atlanta, 5th, just ahead of Kevin Harvick.
Good to see Chase Elliott, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a couple of fresh faces in the top 10 there. Denny Hamlin lost a lap early, never could regain it. Solid run. Matt Kenseth with his big problems on pit road.
As we look at the rest of the field and how they finished, this is the unofficial results to end this. It was 16 years ago when Jimmy Johnson, kind of a brazen guy, went in after a race and said, hey, can I talk to Jeff Gordon? Wanted advice about becoming a driver at the highest level. Jeff gave him some time and said, I think I'm paraphrasing, you have what it takes. And we're thinking about a 4th team at Hendrick Motorsports, and look how things worked out. 6 championships and 76 wins later for Jimmy Johnson. Let's head upstairs for some final thoughts with Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Those first 300 laps, I wouldn't have minded a few more caution flags, so we could have seen a few restarts. But those last 30 laps, I couldn't wait to see which one of you was right and which driver would prevail.
Yeah, but I saw some great driving today. I mean, these cars are definitely harder to drive. You heard Dale Jr. say how much fun he was having. This package will evolve. It'll get better and better as we go down the road.
Yeah, I agree, DW. I love the racing that we saw. To be able to get it back in the driver's hands where they have to manage their tire wear, where we see them inside the car working the steering wheel, and what we saw today was very Dale Earnhardt-esque, and Jimmy Johnson winning 76 victories in the Sprint Cup Series.
Very much so. And next week we go to a very similar racetrack, Viva Las Vegas. Here's Vince Welch.
Martin Truex Jr. led laps today, and at one point I thought maybe you had a car that was going to get it done. Where did it go away? You ended up 7th.
Yeah, the restart at the end really is what killed us. We got too loose the last 2 runs of the race, and kind of lost touch with the 4 and the 48 there, and then lost the spot to the 18 and hung on there with him, and just was kind of riding it out. In that restart, we're just in the wrong spot. Harvick didn't get going, which is it's so typical of this place on the outside. And I made a decision. I got a pretty good roll in the start, and I decided to try to help push him, and I should have just made it 3 wide myself. That was not the best move I could have made. So tried to shove him on ahead, and I got him sideways. We both had to check up 19, and a couple guys passed. So we lost a lot of spots there, which is disappointing. We obviously had a long, and to finish 7th is disappointing. But it's early in the season. We got a lot to be proud of there, and just wish we could have made. If we could have made a couple small gains throughout the middle of the race, I think we'd had the car to beat. But all in all, a good day for us.
We'll have more from Atlanta, the best driver of today. Remembering the best of his era, Jimmy Johnson's 76 career wins, tying him with Dale Earnhardt for 7th all time. And we welcome you back after back-to-back 500-mile races. It's 500-plus here. NASCAR Goes West. You can hashtag NASCAR Goes West because we go to Las Vegas, Phoenix, and then Fontana, California. Kevin Harvick won 2 of those races last year on the West Coast swing, finished second in the other one.
You know, low downforce worked good here at Atlanta because there wasn't much grip. It's going to work great on the West Coast. We go to Vegas, you can stick tight in those corners. These guys will be struggling for grip. It's going to be more fun to watch.
And coming up tonight on Fox, following us here, more animation domination. The Simpsons, Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, Border Town. And over on FS1, Victory Lane, always around the clock. NASCAR coverage, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. Jimmy Johnson will stop by, and that's his crew. He'll join us here in the Hollywood Hotel. The Cobalt 400, Sunday from Las Vegas, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific.
The speeds on the straightaways at Vegas, Chris, they're going to be way up there as well because they've got less downforce. They're going to haul down the straightaways and then scream for grip in the corners.
Kevin Harvick led the most laps today. Kurt Busch, the pole sitter, second. But in the end, Jimmy Johnson, with his 76th career victory, puts Chevy and Hendrick Motorsports at the top with a victory here in Atlanta. For Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, thanks for being a part of Fox NASCAR.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoy today's broadcast.